The third person. The third person.
Third Verse Morning Show. Happy Thursday to everybody. Happy Thursday to all the third Versikins. I'm Justin Hunt.
I'm Stat Quo, you understand me, huh? Big Papa, these and Tijuana. Some call me Donna, Karen or money. Cat Madapunani. Hey, come on, man. Huh? That boy Biggie was spinning that. If you don't stop and we don't stop continuously, that can't money. It'll be as good as the best of them and as bad as the worst.
So don't test me.
Get money,
you better
gotta move over. Hey.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I see everybody in the chat. What's up, Blue Slides? What's up, Lils? What's up, Waxwell? What's up, Dexaball? I hope I pronounced that right.
We in this thing, man. On time, you know what I'm saying? Say something. Say something.
Right.
Say something to mean something. Say something to mean something. You understand me, huh? Yeah, we back. Everybody was calling me sleepy in the chat last night. I was a tad bit tired. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I was a tad bit tired. You know what I mean? Got me some good rest. You know what I mean? I'm on their ass. You see what I mean? I'm on their ass now. Now say something.
Say something
now. Say something now. Say something mean something.
What'd he say?
Say something mean something. Say something mean something. Act like it gonna be something. Huh?
Oh man.
What you mean, man?
Did you end up watching the game after you got off last night, or did you?
Nigga, I was watching the game the whole time. I was on Coach United.
Right. Yeah.
I had one eye on the game and one eye on the boots. You know what I'm saying? So I had boots game going. You know what I'm saying? So I had it. You know what I mean? I was going in. Shout out to Boots, man. Shout out for Boots for coming on. Maybe you want to change my name to Sock Stat.
Yeah.
You know, I looked up Boots is like a racial epithet too. Like it's like they used to call black people that. So that's like a play on something.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because Boots was black. It was a whole thing. Like he's playing on that. And his last name's Riley. I just thought about Boondocks.
Yeah, for real.
Maybe his father was somebody that inspired the show. Cause I think it kind of like derived out of the from the West Coast, the Boondocks. A lot of the people. So I know his dad is like a very, very big figure in like, what's going on in the social, in the civil rights movement. I think his father was big in that.
Yeah, that was definitely his lens of the world. You know what I mean? The way that he's been able to. So consistently keep his message in his music and then transition to movies and film and do the same thing. You know what I mean? I definitely see the tree that he falls from, but I also think that's just wildly impressive on its own. I mean, he's making maximalist, fantastic labor art. You know what I'm saying? Like the greatest scheme of things, he is presenting a labor movement in, almost like a Marvel-esque universe,
It's very difficult to get the numbers and to make the money when you're going against the status quo, if you will. My name's Stat Quo, but the status quo, the way things are, it's very difficult when you're going against the majority of people with a message to get actual people to come around what he's doing. So, shout out to Boots, a fantastic director, a fantastic creator. And his mission and what he's doing is outstanding. And I fully support what he got going on. Love for him for even coming on Culture United. And thank you to the chat, everybody that was supporting. We appreciate y'all. Justin definitely appreciates y'all. Shout out to BKL, Dame, everybody that was on last night. It was dope. Shout out to me. You know what I'm saying? Because I got to give me some props. So
God's cool. What about Stat?
I was in there. No, listen. Shout out for this. Is why I gotta give myself props for letting that man talk as much as he did without interrupting him. I don't do that, Justin. You know what I'm saying? I normally get in there.
I've never seen it before.
Exactly. I normally get in there like, wait a minute, Boots. Wait a minute, Boots. Wait a minute now. But I let him do his thing. I let him get his shit off because he is a legend and an icon. But definitely, that has not stopped me before. We have had legends on Third Verse, and we've interviewed them, and I have definitely cut all of them off. We let Boots get his.
Yeah. No, that was great. That was a big win too. Elle's been working to book that show, produce that show for weeks, and so I was really happy that it came through. She was really happy about it. Boots Riley's father was Elle's mentor, and so all of I can't remember the name of some of these organizations, but they were really impactful on her too. So she has a different lens even on Boots. I see Boots as an artist first, you know what I mean? And so she sees him as an organizer first. And so it was just a very unique conversation last night. We haven't had really it was the Boots Riley episode, right? We talk about Crybaby for the first 30 minutes or so. And then Boots, we talked to him for the next 90 minutes almost. And then we get into the Lizzo stuff. So it really is a whole episode that is about artistic risk and, standing on what you believe within your art, So, it's a really, really fantastic episode in that regard, in my opinion.
And actually, kudos to Elle too. I just loved how, and dope, you let her kind of like really carry that. Shout out to her for even taking the reins and asking a lot of the questions. You know what I mean? So shout out to her for even setting that up. That's dope for her. Shout out to young L Boogie. You know what I'm saying? L Boogie doing her thing. As I told you, I think L is a superstar. It's only BK is a superstar too. I think it's only a matter of time for both of them to like literally have their own moments in media, because those girls are absolutely fantastic. And their voices are so necessary. Kudos to you for having the eye for the talent. A lot of people don't do that. Don't give people an opportunity, especially on a platform, be ball hogging. But shout out to you for doing that.
Yeah, it's important people get reps. You know what I mean? Like, I'm always I had fantastic mentors. I've had fantastic people who have given me opportunities to, see the things that I wanted to see out in the space. The owner of hip hop, the former owner the founder of Hip Hop DX, that man gave me the reins to DX and try to figure out what I wanted to do with it to a certain, like 80% of what I wanted to do, 87% of what I wanted to do, I was able to do there. Wes Jackson at Brooklyn Bodega, he gave me the whole radio show and the website. Then he had to look up a couple years later. He was like, well, okay, thank you for your work.
I thought Hip Hop DX was your site.
Most people did. Yeah.
When I met you, I'm like, oh yeah, dog, you killing it. Hip Hop DX is one of my favorite sites. I always thought that was your shit. I always thought it was. So they definitely let you do your thing. They were smart to do that. And when they stopped letting you do your thing, that's when that shit went whoop, whoop, whoop.
No, they let me do my thing the whole time. I left. That was what happened.
Okay.
I got to the point where I was like, you start seeing. One, I knew the numbers of the company, and I knew the numbers of what my content, things that I created directly, was bringing to that organization. So that was one thing. And two, there was just, other business friction that was happening. It wasn't, they weren't truncating me by any means, but it definitely had a difference of opinion on things that I found to be very important to run an organization, but also for me to be a part of an organization. So that's when I left. And then he offered me equity. So it could have been my company.
Yeah. Well, he did it too late.
Right.
You have to understand that some people are like really quintessential to your brand, and before they even think about moving, you have to allow them to be part of the ownership and be in those conversations. Because like I said, I thought it was your site. I went on there. That's why I was rocking with it, because I'm like, it's a black dude on this. I'm rocking with this shit. You know what I'm saying? And I always thought you was African. So, it wasn't until years later I found out you was from North Carolina. I thought you was like my boy Tunji. So I'm always down with the Africans.
Right.
So that's what I thought. But yeah, man, he was smart enough to actually let you define that channel, and kudos to him. And dope for you for moving on, and you got your own thing now, and we doing our thing, and we're gonna take this thing to the top. And kudos to the chat for supporting us. You know what I mean? I know sometimes our content is not as salacious as some of the other places. We ain't talking about ASAP Rocky's thong or whatever, but we try to keep it. We try to keep it hip hop over here. You know what I'm saying? Instead of talking about what kind of underwear the rappers is wearing. You know what I mean? That's like a real story right now, dog.
I definitely saw it on the timeline.
It's a real story, dog. Now listen. What he wear underneath his clothes ain't my business. You know what I'm saying? They made that a story, dog. That's a story, man.
I mean, it kind of is a story, though. When's the last time you saw a rapper on stage with his cheeks out?
I'm just saying, it ain't even my business, bruh. It's not my business, dog. It's not my business what that man wear underneath his clothes. That's the
problem. It was no longer underneath the clothes.
It's for him and his wife to discuss, man. That's for him and his wife, bro. That's not our business. Like my business is what I would say is, dog, where's the belt at? What did they stop selling belts to where like you just out here mooning the crowd with the joint on? You know what I'm saying? With your Cisco on. Ooh, that butt's so scandalous. But you're looking at the back, can you handle this? It's nearly that look out. He had buns like a bus. What? I was like, what? All night long. Let me see that thong. ASAP Rocky. The thong. Hey. That boy, the thong. ASAP, bro. ASAP gonna think I don't like him. I don't dislike you, but damn, that nigga definitely had a thong on, man. The thong.
I still feel. I remember feeling so disappointed in that video when I saw Cisco doing cartwheels and capri pants on the beach. I was like, wait a minute. I had a different vision for this video.
Well, Cisco. What's Cisco like? 5'2"?
I imagine. I've never seen him in person actually.
He's a very short man, dog. But short dudes have crafted this world. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of short guys that I shout out to the short kings, man. You know what I'm saying? I can only imagine how that feels. You know what I mean? I'm not dissing. I'm just saying like no, for real. Do you understand the confidence you gotta have to be like 5'2" and just walk up on a woman like, "What's going on, love? How you doing?" She already is not feeling what you got going on.
Have you ever dated a woman taller than you?
Slightly. I just remember.
So she was like what, 6'1"?
Yeah, but what happened? What with the heels on? She was
with the heels on. It changes things. So you had to wear tennis.
Yeah. So I just remember trying to like kiss her, and then she like slouching down. I was like, this not gonna work. She was slouching down to me. I'm like, listen. She got to go get her a ball player. I'm 6 feet. I think what I got going on is perfect. She got to go. Everything ain't for everybody, Justin. I think there are like a glove. It gotta fit you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Me on a girl. She's 6'2". I'm 6 feet. Trying to, you know what I mean? And some people, I heard Adrian Bronner say we the same size laying down, but at some point we got to walk through the door to leave the room.
Right.
And that's when it becomes challenging. You know what I mean?
Same size
laying
down.
That's what Adrian Bronner said.
That's a long leg. That could be a long leg laying down.
Man, this one time, not to put y'all on my business, she was a taller girl. Her feet was so big. I think she wore like a size like 10 and a half. And so, you in the act, you grab the feet. And when I grabbed her feet, slinky, dog, instantly. Straight slink. Because her feet was so big. I just couldn't. She's like, what's wrong? I'm like, man, I didn't even want to tell her. But it was all I kept thinking about was Barney Rubble and the Flintstones. Flintstones, beat the Flintstones. Never do time. Her feet was big as mine. That's not, I can't do it. Forget the pants. Who wearing the shoes in this relationship?
That's crazy. I don't think I've ever dated anybody taller than me. Definitely not dated anybody taller than me. I don't think I've ever hooked up with him. Maybe one or two people too. 2 women, I think.
Yeah. I mean, shout out to the tall women. You know, we got a whole National Basketball Association, guys that didn't make it. Y'all got plenty of Justin, you taller though. You can have a taller woman. You like 6, what are you, 6'2"?
Yeah, 6'1", 6'2". Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you
6'2".
Yeah, you can rock out. You can get your old. See, 5'11" would be rough for me because if she throw the heel on, it's over. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've dated women who are 5'10", a lot of 5'10" women actually.
Like I would love to see you walking down the street with a girl that was like 6'5". That shit would be hilarious. Just so I could just come on here and just crack jokes. That's all.
I don't know. In my mind, I don't have a policy against women taller than me necessarily.
Yeah.
But I don't think that there's ever been a woman taller than me that I wanted to date. You know what I'm saying? Like that I didn't have the opportunity. I had the opportunity to date and I decided to do it. You know what I mean? Like, So I don't know what that means. You know, because sometimes it's hard to know if it's just the person or if it's the pattern. You know what I mean? Like if I was to describe my type, right? It's always about a woman's mind. That is the only thing the women that I've dated really have in common.
That's dope.
They're all brilliant, highly accomplished, you know what I'm saying? You know, big-hearted women, right? That's the most consistent thing. But then if I look at like who I haven't dated, like I haven't dated any Asians, I don't think. Right. And it's in my mind, it's like over time I started wondering, maybe I'm just not really all that into Asians, perhaps. I don't know. Because I worked in investment banking and then I worked in hip hop. So I didn't get like the white acting Asians or the black acting Asians at any point in time. And I was never getting approached by them either. So maybe there's just like a pheromone thing or something. But in my mind, I've never said I don't like Asians. I look around, I'm like, it's kind of crazy that I've lived in New York and Los Angeles for 20 years and haven't, you know what I mean, like dated an Asian before.
Yeah, I've dated Asian. I've dated an Asian woman. I never had an extended long relationship with a white woman. That's the only thing that I haven't had like a lengthy thing yet. You know, you dab. I did the dab in there, you know what I mean? But I ain't never had no like long standing thing. It's just been the sustos, you know what I mean? And,
you said you did a dab.
Yeah, I did the dab and just dab in there, but I ain't never had no long. I had the Spanish, you know, my taco era, you know what I mean? But it's pretty much been soul food for me, baby. You know,
that was a significant era though, the taco era.
No. I mean, listen. You know, living on the West Coast.
You got me calling the taco era. I'm gonna stop right now.
I'm just saying. I'm just telling you.
That's crazy.
You know, I'm just, you know, very. You know, it was a time. Shout out to that. But you know, it's soul stores. I'm back with us. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We in there. That's pretty much what it's been for me my entire life. But you know, shout out to all the different women across the board for whatever race you are, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. I think the best thing that ever happened to this planet was a woman. And that's it. That's all I'm gonna say at that.
Word up.
Men suck, women don't.
That's funny.
If I think if women ran our society, like if our society, if it was reversed, right? I think the world would be a much better place because I think women would conduct themselves better than how we conduct ourselves with power. A man with power is terrible. A woman with power is empathetic.
Thank you, man. I wish we had more women particularly global leadership. You know what I mean? This is every time someone tells me how bad a woman would be, I'm like, we've had nothing but men. I wouldn't say this is amazing.
If I go
there's plenty of room for improvement. We'll say that.
Absolutely. If I go into a business of any kind, if I'm looking for an accountant, a doctor, or anything, and if there's no women in there representing, I walk right up out of there. because I know how I know what a man is. Sometimes we'll take our eye off the road. You know what I mean? We're not as detail oriented when it comes to the specifics. So when it comes to doing business or doing anything, I feel like that female presence is so necessary, and especially I think in music in the industry, I don't think a lot of the in the studios, especially the engineering, it's like male dominated. And I think if more women were doing that, if they wanted to do that job or had those opportunities, I think the music would actually be better. Because I don't think people understand how valuable, I mean, how much an engineer, the person that's recording the music, that's actually sitting with the producers that's making it, is vital to the creation of everything. And it's certain details that's what made Dre so great, because he's very meticulous and detail oriented. But very few men are like that. And I think a lot of women that I've encountered, I'm not saying every woman, but a lot of women that I have worked with are very more detail oriented. So when you talk about like the songs, they end up being better. I know the majority of the people that be listening to third verse is dudes. So no, I ain't trying to shit on y'all. I'm just letting y'all know. I'm just letting y'all know my experiences. Like dudes be letting shit go by the wayside. You know what I mean? If it wasn't like, let's take Aaron and Rebel. Aaron, if it wasn't for Rebel, we'd be, Aaron be tripping. We gotta have Rebel there, just pick up the pieces. You know what I'm saying? Our social media is on point because Robin is doing our social media. You know what I'm saying? It's just different. You know what I mean? It's just a different thing. So I'm watching it. And I've watched it in my other businesses that I've done. I remember at Lyrical Lemonade, my conversation all the time, like we need more women, because Susan was just Cole's mom, was literally, that was my partner. That's who I spoke to every day. It was me and her was basically handling most of the business behind the scenes, his mom. So and I know how incredible she was at handling stuff. And then we start incorporating other women and start doing things, and I think that's when our company really just started flourishing. So shout out to the ladies, man. You know what I'm saying?
Word up. You tuned in live Third Verse Morning Show. Happy Thursday. Every third Versikid in the chat. We're going to put K-Wave for real up on the screen right here. It says, Justin, on the flip side of that Cisco video, I remember when DeBrat came out with her video for What You Like featuring Tyrese. That's when I found out she had cakes and pies. I was big job before big job. Now, I had the same exact thought about that DeBrat. That was a totally different DeBrat for me, and I was very excited. Very excited to see it.
I found out that she was, she talked about it, that she had a relationship with Allen Iverson. That was her boyfriend. Can you believe that?
They could play each other for Halloween.
Man, the Brat and Allen Iverson. And I, honestly, I just never seen her like that. She always gave me the Queen Latifah vibe from the jump.
Right.
I never seen Brat but then when she came up out of that water with her buzz, I'm like, oh, wait, hold on, wait a minute, put that up. But I mean, hey, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Brat for keeping it sexy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Shout out to her and what she's been able to do with her fantastic career. She's doing media now too, so shout out to her. And she ain't nothing to play with. Yeah, she's on radio. She ain't nothing to play with either. Don't go over there thinking you about to talk crazy to the Brat. Cause she'll beat you. She will rip you a new one. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I mean? But she definitely debuted them cheeks with that video. What do you like? A whole lot of foreplay when you're gonna be your body. Oh yeah, let's get the poll if DJ gonna show up today.
Yes, let's do it. All right, so let's go to our widgets. New poll. Will DJ show up?
My vote is yes, because he was on fucking Instagram bragging about how he told everybody they should bet on the Knicks. So I'm just letting y'all know that. I want to give y'all some inside information. He definitely hit that parlay 13-1. He hit. I ain't gonna step on him if he show up because I'm.
Okay.
What do you like? A whole lot of foreplay in your body. Hey yo, speaking of Tyrese, dog, when I tell you that might be the biggest narcissist in music history.
Okay, bring it down.
Whatever the word narcissist, I'm not gonna say narcissist because that comes off as negative, but dog, he is the biggest me dude of all time. He's the biggest me. My brief conversations with Tyrese, it's always about him. And I haven't talked to him directly, just being in the room of him talking. It's always Tyrese. Tyrese, 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 all the time. Tyrese. I just thought about that because of that song. But yeah, he is the biggest me dude in the music industry. I don't care what you talking about, he gonna bring it back to him. Crazy. It's impressive.
How'd that Royce the 5'9" bar go? Miss me with your Molly and your Tyrese wisdom. I can't remember how it went, but
listen, Justin, I'm talking about you can be like, yeah, I had aliens come to the house last night, man. They was about to abduct me. You know what I'm saying? That's what you telling that story. Tyrese would be like, you know what's the crazy thing about that is aliens came to my crib shortly after yours, but they stayed. I fed them cookies with milk. This is the kind of person he is.
Right. And well, they sat down. I invited him to my Benihana's in my backyard, and we sat down and ate.
Dog, listen. That's when it comes, not to switch subject, but when it comes to podcasting, that's the one thing that I hate. When I listen to a podcast and the person is trying to one up the other person. Somebody just said in the chat, I love Fat Joe. I love Jadakiss. But man, if Fat Joe don't let my boy Kiss get his stories off without him coming in. No, but wait a minute. I was Fat Joe is the biggest I was ever. Shout out to he's lived a fantastic life. I told many people that Fat Joe and Snoop Dogg in E40 have some of the greatest stories in hip hop history that I've sat around and listened. Snoop Dogg and Drake, that I've sat down and listened to them talk about different things that happen in hip hop. But boy, that man Fat Joe, I don't even know how Jadakiss do it. I don't know how he does it, Justin. This nigga don't get no room to say nothing without Fat Joe coming in there.
Hey, he got the check. He got the check. He
definitely got the check.
And he has a whole new vertical. You know what I mean? Like he's got a media career.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Bruh.
I'm not sure if he has one without Fat Joe. I'll be honest. I don't think so. I don't see him. I don't see him being the number one guy on the show, and not out of disrespect. I just think his personality is better as an anchor to what Fat Joe does. Because Fat Joe is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
He's ridiculous. I love Fat Joe.
Yeah.
You know what I think about when I think about Fat Joe and Kenny Smith? They deserve all the success that they have. Have you seen those two dudes when they walk? Have you seen Fat Joe walk?
Yeah, I have.
Yes. Have you seen Kenny Smith walk?
Yes.
The knees come together, but the bottom half go out.
Right.
They just walk like this. Here.
They were both on Empire. So
they both need their knees broken and re back together so they can walk regularly. Do you know what a pair of pants feel like when them dudes put it on and they get to moving? Just if you a pair of pants and you just accustomed to like going on some legs that's regular, that's just gonna be walking like this here, and you put them on dude and the bottom half and the knee together, but the bottom leg is going out like this here, and they just walking. Shout out to them, man. Shout out to them. They deserve. That's what I said. One of my first meetings with 50 Cent, I'm like, bro, as many times as you got shot, you need to go platinum all the time. When people go through certain stuff, they deserve it. So Fat Joe and Kenny Smith, they deserve the success because I don't care how big their media career is. I would not want to walk like that. I like mine. I'm standard, baby. We're gonna keep it standard. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
we're gonna keep it regular. That's not a diss, guys. Is that a diss?
I mean, you walk the line a lot. You know what I mean?
Is that a diss? I don't even know them dudes. I don't know neither one of them. I'm just, bro. They say it on the show. They walk like that. If somebody was to say, "Man, that boy Stat, his skin, he's so black," I'm not gonna get mad. Like because I am dark skinned. Like I'm dark skinned. My homeboy told me, Bink, we used to be close. He told me this joke, one of the greatest jokes of all time. He said, for Halloween, I'm gonna dress up as a soy sauce packet. Exactly. He said when I jump in the pool, it turns black. He said I'm a big tea bag. That was a good joke.
Yeah, I feel like the colorism stuff like hit you hard growing up.
Oh, it did. I got picked on.
Yeah.
I got picked on
Like, were
being
you
dark
around a
skinned.
bunch of light skinned people, or was it just
No, no, it was
in general?
it wasn't there was a bunch of light skinned people, but it's just like the so when I was a baby, everybody said I used to call me it used to make my mom cry. They used to call me ugly. I think that kind of stood with me to that today. That's why I always call myself like I don't think I am a good looking dude. I tell any any woman I deal with, I was like, you like ugly men if you deal with me. You're not ugly, but I just think I was told that so much as a kid, and it stuck with me. So I definitely have a thing. But what's crazy is I don't see it in anyone else. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't look at a dark skinned woman and think she's ugly, or I don't. You know what I mean? I think all men are ugly just because we men we're gross.
Right.
But I don't do it. I don't. It doesn't affect me when it comes to women. It just affects me when it comes to me. I think it hit me. But it wasn't. It was all black folk. But that was a thing, colorism back when I was coming up. Like light skin, dark skin. It was like a war. You know what I'm saying? And then all the light skinned boys got all the girls. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a whole thing in Atlanta for sure. Which is nuts. You know what I'm saying? That it even that actually happened. But yeah, it definitely is a thing. And as
Yeah.
go ahead. You didn't experience that.
I didn't experience that at all. I got picked on for talking proper, and then there was this one guy who called me Trap Jaw because he said a jaw like Trap Jaw from He-Man.
Really?
I didn't even understand. I don't even know what it is, but I just know that the way he said it fucking hit my soul something special. And I didn't even get it. It made me look at my face different. I'm like, what's wrong with my jaw? There's something happened with my jaw. He's a little too effective, and it's hitting me a little too hard.
I never know. Can you grow facial hair?
Barely. I can get a mustache. I can get a couple. That's why I shave it, because it just looks like. If I could get a beard, I would grow a beard, but I can't. I barely have eyebrows. You know what I'm saying? So.
Damn. So hold up. What do you think that came? Is that like you got the Jada P? Is that alopecia? Is that what they call it?
No. I mean, that side of my family, my mom's side of the family, is just we don't have a whole lot of hair.
That's actually a blessing.
I like it. You know what I mean? Like
I've been seeing people get the fake beard. You know, they say Floyd Mayweather when it did that. It's not that serious, bro.
I mean, Floyd should have been focused on other things other than his fake beard.
You think his finances is really like that?
I think he got robbed for hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah, I don't think that Floyd Mayweather is the epitome of financial prudence. If I look at it, my man he basically has 18 wives. You know what I mean? Like that's a lot.
Does he have 18 wives?
I don't know. I saw that picture of him and all his baby mamas, and it felt like 18 wives. I don't know. I could be making it up, but generally speaking, I don't. Yes, especially the way that my man was out here, the things he's been representing so crazy the past year and a half, 2 years. Yeah, I don't. I definitely don't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he got got. You're right.
He was tripping.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be if it's like that, they're supposed to be looking out for him. He out there jumping out the window.
Is that how that goes? I don't know.
I'm just saying. That's you jumping out the window. I seen him when he jumped out the window. I was like, oh really?
Yeah.
That's what we doing?
Right.
Okay, champ.
Right.
I don't have no relationship with Floyd. I don't know Floyd. Years ago, I went to his 40th birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
When he turned 40, it was a long time ago. I went with me and Game went.
Yeah.
He had maybe it was 40 or 40. One of them. That was the last time. That was the only time I had some dealings with him. And Hayes, which was my one of my good friends, the one that killed himself.
Yeah.
Was actually on the phone with Floyd when he did that. So when I do talk to him, I would like to have a conversation about that last phone call, because I've been told some things. I just want to get some clarification.
Yeah.
You know, I was told that Floyd was the person that actually told him what old girl had going on, and then he reacted to what Floyd said. So I would like to know on some personal. I'm sure he won't do it over the airwaves.
Yeah.
But I'd like to know what he said to Hayes that made him. I mean, I knew he found out that she had been having extramarital affairs but I would like to find out, And he kind of, I told you this off the camera. He wrote a song about him doing, committing that act to himself before he did that. R.I.P. to his woman. She was fantastic. So sad with both of them. Hayes was my guy. And I remember he wrote that song. I was just like, yo, this is too heavy. Yes. But yeah, that would be my conversation with Floyd if I had the opportunity. But go ahead.
Shout out to Divine Eternally. She says, I just looked up Trap Jaw, and that was egregious to say, Justin. We need to box old boy out. That's what I'm saying, man.
I never even heard that before.
I've been, people talking about my head, my forehead. None of that stuff mattered to me. The talking proper one fucked with me. And that Trap Jaw one, for some reason.
You don't got a big forehead. You got a big forehead?
I think I do. Yeah, I do.
No, you don't got a big forehead. Now, what I said to you is, you know what I said.
Right.
You about to join the club. You're gonna be here with me.
Right. Yeah. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, y'all go say up. Somebody said I don't never take this. There you go. It's here. Bald head stack. There you go. Check it out. I sleep with my hat on. Take a shower in it and everything. I don't even take it out. Me and Top. That's what we got in common. Amongst other things, we wear our hat everywhere.
This was Trap Jaw, by the way.
Oh, that's crazy.
I don't know where that came from.
No. Dude said you had the that's like that Natalie Nunn. She got I always say she looked like the Scream Mask because she got that long chin.
Yeah,
that's what he's trying to say. He trying to say you got the Scream Mask, dog.
I thought that was the most disrespectful thing anyone has ever said to me.
Yeah, that's foul, dog. I don't think you got that.
I don't think so either.
You know what I'm saying? I don't think you got that.
He was too creative with that one.
The Trap Jaw is crazy.
Trap Jaw is insane.
That just hanging down.
That's crazy.
Do you have to? So this is some dark. We about to get into some dark skin stuff. Pardon, because I got to ask my boy Justin about skincare right quick. Mm-hmm. Do you lotion? Because I'm naturally like oily.
Yeah.
Are you naturally oily?
I sweat a lot,
Okay.
So I think so. But I always feel like it's ultimately good for your skin because you're sweating, you're getting all the impurities out of your pores. So, it comes with good and bad. It doesn't always look the coolest, but that's just kind of accepting who you are at some point, right?
See, I don't have to really do any of that stuff. I really think it comes, I don't know. I think it comes down to like hydration. Like if you drink like a lot of water, I find people that don't drink a lot of water, they have the ashier lips.
Yeah. They
have the drier skin, shit get flaky. My shit just naturally just oily. Like I ain't do nothing this morning. I just popped out of this thing. I ain't washed my face, man. I just rolled over like, what's happening? Third verse. You know what I mean? Huh? You know what I mean? But every time you pull up, you like me, when you be glistening.
Right, yeah.
You nigga just be we straight. You put a light on us, it's time to go. We straight glistening.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's ready to rock.
But I have lotion over here. Yes, I have lotion. I've got CeraVe or whatever it's called. I got some other kind of cream. You know what I mean? Like can't leave the house ashy. That was like rule number one. My mom impressed. I mean, my parents impressed that upon me before I could walk. You know what I'm saying?
Now we packing. I keep my joint. I like the body butters. You know what I'm saying? Go to your local flea market. You know what I'm saying? The one in LA is go to Leimert Park. Get you some body butter. You know what I mean? You got to do that right there. See that glistening? That's that glow. You got that glow? That's called that Negro glow. You see that? Huh? That's that darkness. You see that, huh?
Darkness.
That's that. If you notice, my knuckles is black. Busting niggas in their forehead for talking shit. You can't you gotta earn them stripes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? This, and then as I got older, this me fighting that oppression, that white supremacy. As I cut through the business, I gotta fight for the right to be me, huh?
I like that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's but yeah, now the color is the thing I never got. Now it did feel like the light skinned cats were run in the 90s, though.
Oh, for sure.
It felt like, if you were light-skinned, it definitely looked like, I remember that vividly, feeling like, damn, light-skinned people, they up right now.
Dog,
Will
listen,
Smith. You know what I
bruh.
mean? G Money.
I'm gonna keep it real, my nigga. I'm just gonna really put it out here. I didn't like Drake for a very long time because he was a red ball. Because we had came back.
Oof. Right.
We had came back. Dark skinned niggas was winning. We had, you know what I'm saying? From ever since Wesley Snipes and all the way down. And then Idris Elba came. We was in there, dog. Then here come this nigga right in '08 singing and shit. You know what I mean? I want to kick that nigga in the back of his neck. Dog. I hated that nigga for years, man. That's why I really be when motherfuckers be like OVO stat. I hated this nigga, man. I hated him. I got a boy. His name Manny Smith, dog. It's probably one of the only light skinned niggas that I just super solid with. Another nigga named P. But I always tell them niggas I fuck with them because they don't act light skinned. I hated light skinned niggas for years. So when niggas be like, yo, OVO stat, I hate them niggas. I was picking niggas in the head like, oh, bitch ass niggas, whole ass niggas. Like, this shit be crazy as fuck. Like, what we talking about, dog? Because it's a level of sensitivity that come with a red bone man. I ain't saying nothing that y'all don't know, dog. It's a level of sensitivity that red bone men have that I don't rock with. That's why actually when Drake said the line, I'm light skinned, but I'm still a dark nigga. He knows. Kobe said it. Stop acting light skinned. He said it. Light skinned niggas be soft, bro. They be cotton. You know what I mean? They be cotton, dog. They cotton, bro. They be you touching me. Don't touch me, please. Get your punk ass up, man. get fight back, nigga. Fight back, nigga. Yeah, so anyway. Yeah.
Is Obama light skinned?
Nah, Obama
I feel like
he's
he's
more
right
brown.
on the line. He's right
He's
on
teetering.
the line. Yeah.
Like Chris Brown has gotten darker.
Yeah.
Light skin to me is like Blake Griffin.
Okay.
That's a light skinned nigga. You know what I'm saying? Drake is a light skinned nigga. Drake trying to get darker. That's why he be hanging out in Turks and Caicos. He trying to get that.
How would you describe Logic?
Oh, that's a light skin. That's a white man.
That's a white skin.
What this the thing about Logic? If I was him, if I was Logic, I'm not going to Decatur, Georgia, you know, or going down JJ's Rib Shack down on East Point, and I'm just gonna be, hey nigga, let me get that 4-piece snack. I'm not finna. If you can't do that, then it tells me everything I need to know what's going on. If I go down there, hey my nigga, let me get that, ain't nobody gonna look twice. If Logic go down to Atlanta and Busy Bees and say, hey my nigga, let me get that the macaroni and cheese with that, you know, hey, the only light skinned nigga getting that off is you gotta look sick like skin, like Belly Gang Cushington. He light skinned, but it looked like he got like the skin thing going on. You know what I'm saying? What's like something going on with a skin type of. It's a different type of like. Yeah, he look like it's a different type of skin thing going on. You know what I mean? That's how you can get that off. But being truthful, there are some white people that grow up in certain areas that really be saying nigga and all that, and everybody let them get it off because they just that ingrained into that area. Be like, nah, he cool. That's white boy Keith or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whenever a nigga was light skinned back where I grew up, we called him white boy anyway. When he was that light, so like Belly Gang Cushion would have been called white boy Kush. You know what I'm saying? Because he's that light skin. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That when you touch a nigga and his skin change colors, that's how you know you light skin. See, I don't think Obama doing that. You can't touch Obama and he gonna turn pink.
Right.
That's how you know. If everybody at home, you want to know if you light skin, take this finger on your right hand, touch this part of your arm. If it turn colors, that means you light skin. Period. You see this? Same color, nigga. It ain't doing nothing. You can look at it and tell. It's change. Ain't nothing changing.
To a man the great says, I don't know, stat. Matt Barnes drove 90 minutes to whoop Derek Fisher. Can't throw that on all light skins.
You're right. And listen, there are exceptions. Matt Barnes is an exception. But let me tell you where Matt Barnes proves that he light skinned. The nigga, he got for $60K from a fake woman online. Light skinned nigga shit. You know what I'm saying? Light skinned nigga shit. How you send money to a girl that you don't know you ain't seen? How you cupcaking for a see what I'm saying? So I can come back at you. It's light skinned, the adventures of light niggas. Niggas like Drake. Drake is also
Adventures of light niggas. Is that what you said?
The Adventures of Light Niggas.
Oh my God, that's an incredible reality show. I watch that show every week.
The Adventures of Light Niggas.
That's crazy.
That shit would go through the roof. Everybody be tuned in. What is the light nigga gonna do this week? Oh my God, really? He saved her? Of course he did. Fucking hero.
You're tuned in live Third Verse Morning Show right here every Thursday on the Third Verse Podcast channel. Let us know your favorite light-skinned adventure story that you have in the chat. Maybe we'll make it onto the screen. Matt Barnes, that's Matt Barnes' Derek Fisher story. That's like light-skin on light-skin crime.
Shout out to Derek Fisher, my nigga, my neighbor. Shout out to Derek Fisher, man, my old neighbor. Him and his wife. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, shout out to D Fish.
Did you talk to him after Matt Barnes beat him up?
This was after that. This is
oh yeah, you ever talk to him about it?
Nigga walking past the house with the dog. I'm like, yo, so D Fish, tell me what really happened when Matt Barnes whipped your ass in the backyard.
I'll tell you, I wouldn't put it past you. There may be a lot of people, but I could see you doing it. I can see you running out there like, hey, dog, hey, man, yo,
that's
man,
the worst thing.
I just saw you on TMZ, man. I just saw you on TMZ. I can see you.
Nah, Derek Fisher's super nice dude. Him and Gloria they got a dope family. They definitely got like some Cadillac deal at one time. They had like 9 Cadillacs outside of the house. I guess he probably did a deal with Cadillac. He just had every type of Cadillac. Escalade, GT, all the kids had Cadillacs, you know what I mean? But yeah, they had some pretty big dogs. Dog, every fucking morning, bruh, without fail, that they had bull masters. That damn dog was shit right at my house. Every morning, dog, I would literally watch on my cameras. Every morning that dog would take a shit. Right? It's like, dog, the nigga knew that it's like they would pick it up. Shout out to them. But out of all these houses in this motherfucker, why is this nigga shitting in front of my house every time? Dog, Justin, listen. I did it every morning. Every morning, that dog was stopping right there shitting. I saw them every morning because that dog was shitting every morning outside of my house. It's like he waited. Oh, it's that crib? Oh yeah, we shitting on this nigga house. Fuck this nigga. It's like the dog will squat down and he'll put his paws up and he'll shoot me the bird like this. So he'll be shitting on his back legs and both of them up. He shoot me the bird and he's shitting right in my yard every morning. Fuck you, nigga. That's my Derek Fisher story. But yeah, shout out to Derek Fisher, a light skinned nigga. So that was light on light crime with him and Matt Barnes. That's
what it was. He wants to take a stab right back.
Yeah. See how Justin just leaves me here. Let me look at what's going on in here. Ask me. I can't even see the super chat, so y'all gotta ask me something. How many of y'all watched the game right here? Did y'all watch the game last night? I guess let me see. But yeah, Matt Barnes and Derek Fisher, they was definitely neighbors. No, not Matt Barnes, but Derek Fisher. Him and Gloria. And that dog every time would go across my yard and use the bathroom. And I don't know if y'all ever lived in a subdivision. Living in a subdivision it's dope because you get to know your neighbors, but you feel this responsibility when you walking around a subdivision to want to talk to people. You know, that's the difference between like urban life. Like when you live in a subdivision, you walking, you feel like you got to say, hey, then you want to talk to them. And it's like, I don't really the older I have gotten is the less that I want to have more friends. I don't know if I'm the only person, but I kind of like shut myself off to trying to like bring in new people into my world. And it's kind of difficult when you are living in a subdivision and you walking around, you exercising because everybody wants to talk to you, and it's like they ask you they ask you personal questions, and you just don't. It's like being interviewed on a daily basis. You know what I'm saying? Walking around your subdivision, and it sucked. It sucked. I hated it. I felt like I couldn't come out of my crib because I don't want to be rude to the people because I had some really nice neighbors, but like it sucked having to feel like you want to talk to um, everybody that you live around. I had some really good neighbors. Like it's a very nice neighborhood, but it was a lot of black people that was very successful that lived in the neighborhood that had really good lives. Shout out to Ryan Press. I don't know if y'all know who that is, but there's a lot of guys and girls that had done well in their lives that lived around us. But man, some of the people was just so like want to know everything what's going on in your life. I'm just talking about like when you live in a neighborhood, like when I was living in that everybody, when you go outside your house and you walk, your neighbors just feel like they have to talk to you. But Justin is the kind of guy, this dude will see someone at his pool, leave his house so he can go have a discussion with them. You actually make it a point to know the people that you live around. I don't want to know none.
100%.
I don't want to.
I definitely.
I don't want to know them.
People. Yeah, I do. And
Why is that?
More importantly, I want them to know me. You know, because for a number of reasons. One, like growing up. Let's see. When I was 9, we moved to Charlotte, right? And so we moved to Charlotte, and this neighborhood we moved to in Charlotte, we were the only black family in that neighborhood. Right, and so these are the nicest people in the world too. We moved in; these people came over with baked goods. They're like, "Welcome to the neighborhood." It was a small neighborhood; it was only like maybe 50 houses in there. But they're like, "Welcome to the neighborhood. Here's some baked goods." It was the nicest thing in the world. But I got a real sense of community in that neighborhood in a different kind of way, because everybody in that neighborhood was like looking out for everybody. So if anything looked out of the ordinary, people would make a phone call. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't subjected to any like racial things or anything in that situation. But what I saw was like what real community looks like, at a very early age, right? And so that's always stuck with me. And then we moved to South Carolina, moved to Greenville when I was 15, I think. And that neighborhood was more diverse than the one in Charlotte was, but it was still the same thing. And then I moved to New York. And I saw, like, just on my block, people don't interact the same way in New York as they did when I was growing up in the South. But at the same time, people would look out for me. They'd be like, "Hey, Justin, watch out, man, the police on the block." They knew I was smoking weed all the time. They're like, "Oh, hey, did you see what happened with the Jordan couple?" There was this chick who lived up the block who, her and her boyfriend would always wear matching Jordans. You know what I'm saying? Did you see what happened with the Jordan couple? You know what I mean? So I just think about talking to my neighbors as being a part of a community. And I like community.
No, I like community to a point. It's just people I don't know, man. It's people just sitting around asking you about your personal life and shit. Because we live close to each other, they just feel like, "So, are you circumcised?" It's like, what? Well, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean?
That's a different level of conversation right there.
Exactly. So, what's your social security number? Like, what? Like, for real? You know what I'm saying? Like, what? I don't know, man. I'm not trying to share like that, dog. But you are the good time guy, so you are being that you the good time guy. It kind of like is on brand that you are.
Justin the good
really.
time. Justin the good time guy was a real thing.
Yeah, I'm a very closed off person. Like I'm very like if you in my circle, you in there. My phone's on. Just to let y'all know, I'm the guy that keeps his phone on do not disturb. I'm the dude. If you have my phone number, it say notifications turned off. There's probably about 3 or 4 people. I say 6. For real, it's 6 people that can get through all the time. You know what I'm saying? Justin, you made it. Shout out to you. Go tell everybody in your family that you made it. You know what I'm saying?
I already did, man. They were excited for me.
You made it, dog. You made the list, but it's like 6 people, 6 or 7. Yeah, it went up. I don't. You know what I learned years ago is how a phone call could change your whole trajectory of the day you're gonna have.
Oh my gosh.
And
Ugh.
you know, and let's just be honest, people. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of things happening in the world today, and people need someone to talk to about what they're going through. And sometimes that thing can kind of like weigh heavy on you. And I found myself years ago I'm just carrying other people's burdens around to where it was started to affect me. And so since I've moved into this world of cutting limiting my communication to just an elite group, I've had such um, my life has really gotten better. And I think incorporating you into my world, because you are so empathetic to a lot of things that I wasn't empathetic to, has actually helped me become a more well-rounded person to see things differently. Because my whole philosophy for a long time was like, well, I don't see it. It ain't happening.
Right. Yeah.
Like for a very long time, that's the way I saw life. But that's not what it is. There's a lot of people going through a lot of things, and sometimes you have to look outside your bubble. So that's why I added you in, to give me that perspective. You know what I'm saying? I got well rounded in my shit, so I got DJ in there. He can tell me what white rich folks is thinking about. You know what I'm saying? I got my other white homeboy Phil. He can tell me about some not white rich but different type of, came from the bottom, hood white boy came up. You know what I'm saying? I got you for the protest. I got Johnny. You know what I'm saying? I got a nice solid group that's in there. You know what I'm saying? So we good. You know what I'm saying? Getting in there without having the nice group of without getting all into my personals. Then I got
Yeah.
my personals that get through, my personal that get through.
You're 100% right on how a phone call can change your day. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And one thing, you're right. I'm a very empathetic person. I actually do care. And that can be a problem sometimes, and not to say that there's anything wrong with empathy, but I do think that carrying other people's burdens and problems and challenges. Like when you're an empathetic person, or how about this? I'm an empathetic person. I think everyone in my life knows that. And a lot of times, and everybody in my life will come to me with their challenges, right? And I take that as a huge honor. But then there's sometimes with some relationships where it's just like every day they've got something that has happened that triggers them. Or sometimes they want to tell me about ways that I trigger them. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I do no longer have room in my life for that level of empathy. You know what I mean? At some point, it's just easier to just not spend as much time in each other's lives. You know what I'm saying? If me saying how I feel is going to throw you into a tailspin, and now I've got to listen to you tell me about this for a week, it's like, what are we even doing? Because let's just be honest. At this point, honestly, I'm just much more efficient with my relationships in the way that you described. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I also understand that I can't be everything to everybody, and sometimes that just comes with costs. It doesn't mean that it's flippant or callous in any way, but sometimes it's just like that.
Yeah, man, it's very important. Everybody in the chat, everybody in here right now, it's very important that you protect your mental health. I've seen people be completely healthy, and then all the burdens of everybody else and the burdens of what's happening around them completely deteriorate their health to a point to where they're no longer even here anymore.
Yeah,
So, I think about that all the time. It's like, hey, if I'm not good, then how can I help anyone else be good?
exactly.
Like if I'm not in a good space, then and you're not in a good space, what good are we doing for each other? And so it's sometimes people they just wake up in a bad mood, not understanding that like we're so blessed to be alive, man. If you really think about what it takes to be here, how many people had to be born for me and you to exist? How many people had to be born for anybody in this chat to exist in this world? You think about that? You know what I'm saying? Like, when a man, ejaculates, that's 300,000 children in the ejaculation, right? So imagine all the children that got flushed down and nothing happened with those ejaculations. We could have been in there. We could have been on toilet paper somewhere and not here in the flesh. We're blessed. We're happy. That's why whenever I have a conversation with somebody and they're just tripping, I'm like, bro, you know how lucky you are to be here? And to be like to be here and to be here with y'all right now. We lucky. This is outstanding, man. It's fantastic, man.
Yeah.
So protect your mental health. Everybody don't mean good for y'all. Like just because they come as a friend don't mean that's the intention. And they might not even know that they are trying to bring you down, but just by what they're saying puts you in that negative space. Get up out of there, man.
Yeah.
Get up now. Get up out of there. No. I'm feeling good right now. My energy's rocking. You know what I'm saying? My chi. I just did yoga, and you want to call me and tell me about some BS? Hey, man, no.
First for breakfast.
For breakfast.
Can't do it.
But at the same time, too, Justin, I want to say this: if you love the people that you're around, you definitely it's okay to be there for them. But when it comes to when it gets to a place where you're telling them something over and over again and they're not listening to what you're telling them,
exactly.
You know what I'm saying? You just keep yourself in that situation, and they just talking because they want to tell you, but they're not going to do anything about it. They don't want a solution.
Right. They're looking for a sounding board.
Exactly. I can't deal with that.
After a while, sometimes it just feels like a trauma dump. Like a trauma dump. What's the phrase? What's the saying about faith without works is dead, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's like sometimes because I had to learn that over time too. Not everybody's looking for a solution to their problems. A lot of people are just looking for someone to tell their problems, and then they feel good after they let them out, and then they want to move on and come back and share their problems again. That's not always fair to the listener.
Absolutely, it's not. It's not fair. And you know what I learned? My biggest thing that I learned about a lot of relationships is, like you said, some people don't want their problem solved at all and get mad at you for giving them a solution to solve the problem.
Right.
That's the worst thing that to me, that's the worst thing that I see that happens. So you tell me a problem, I'm like, okay, well, we're going to fix it. And then they get mad at you for trying to fix the problem.
Right.
That's the most frustrating thing that I have ever encountered in these type of conversations.
So I don't do this as much now. I'll use it, in times of need or crisis now. But I was heavy into meditation for about 4 years, 3-4 years, and I used to use the Headspace app on the phone, and so it was guided meditation. And so, like I'm talking, I had a good 4-year streak, like almost every day for 4 years. Right, it was very helpful to me. But one of the things that the guided meditation would talk about was problem solving and understanding, how not everybody wants a solution to their problems, but they identified the reason for that within the app. And they talk about how a lot of times with people, when you have a problem, that problem becomes part of your identity that you internalize. And once you internalize that identity, it actually adds character or a character dynamic to your personality and how you feel about yourself. Because a lot of times when you have a problem, that actually makes you more interesting. Or if you have a problem, now you have something that, a challenge in your life. So, this is something that, just feeds your own personal narrative in a more interesting way. And so thinking about it like that, what happens if you're, who is a person that doesn't have any problems? Like, we're in a world full of problems. People talk about their problems all day. If you're the person without any problems, a lot of times you can feel like you're less connected to society or less connected to the world or less of a person, right? And that's every time I see, some wealthy person on TV complain about not being loved enough. This is what I see. I'm like, oh, this person needs a problem. They've literally been able to, remove themselves from just standard everyday pressures of what it's like to be a human on this planet or a citizen in this country. So now they have to have a problem, and their problem is people don't love me enough for all the things that I've accomplished, right? But a lot of times that is what's keeping people in that frame of mind. The idea that, wait, if I get rid of this problem, if I lose this problem, I lose a piece of my identity.
But you know what I feel like, Justin? And this is, go ahead and write this down, guys. It just hit me right now when you were speaking. People without problems are the problem.
They got to go around creating problems.
People without problems are the problem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Problems make us what we are. It builds the resolve. It builds the fight. It makes you fight. You know what I'm saying? Just using this podcast, for instance, like if we started out and we were as big as the Breakfast Club, right? Or that type of stuff, right? What good would that do for us long term? You get what I'm saying? The logistical problems that we have that you guys don't know about, the things that we have fought through. Sometimes y'all rock with us, our audio be terrible. Sometimes, you know, the camera black out. You know what I mean? You know, sometimes there's no content going on, so the numbers aren't crazy. These things make us better. It make us better. Like, let's just be honest right now. It's not a lot going on in hip hop. So that's why you get in the conversations that y'all getting. But this makes us stronger at what we're doing. And it's a problem, but it makes us better at the job that we're doing so that we can be here and bring light to the lives of the people that we're in a community with. Because the eventual goal here is, what I say is, to be able to shift culture through these platforms, which means, like, we are big fans of Vince Staples' album. It would be awesome if we had the power to push that, to make that a #1 album because of the messaging and the risk that he took, so that other artists could feel compelled to do the same thing with their platforms. Because as I said on Culture United last night, that's what's not happening. The mainstream is no longer making music that's dealing with what's going on the ground level. The mainstream is only dealing with the stuff that they can, I guess, glorify, make it fantasy, the crime and the drug use and all these type of shit. But they're not talking about the actual struggle and the coming up out of the struggle. They're not talking about the white supremacy, the things that are still happening right before our very eyes. They're not talking about the imaging and the damage that social media is actually doing to the children. And not enough people are having that conversation in the music, so you're not getting that balance. And the reason, like I said, we talked about on Coach 90 briefly, is the reason that it's not happening because it's not as profitable for these artists to do so. And things are so expensive. That's the first thing you think about, is how much money is going to make us. You know what I'm saying? So for you guys, that's why we appreciate y'all when y'all get the memberships, y'all do the super chats, y'all do that, y'all support us. That means the world to us, because we're trying to inspire other creators here. You know, I went on Miss Hummus's, she had a thing up, and she was talking about ageism in hip hop. I thought that she was having that discussion. I thought that is a very important discussion, because it seems like in rap, we the only people that do that. Like, we just age out our artists. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he can't rap no more. He too old. You know what I mean? Like when Clips came out, and I'm guilty of that too. You know, like, damn, the needless to the album. Like, nah, these guys is better than they have ever been. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is possible. You know, Killer Mike, like I said, he made his best album. You know, and he's damn near 50 years old. So it's like, but these type of discussions are not had on our mainstream platform because they're not salacious enough. So it's important that we build up each other and build up these communities, because these conversations are super, 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 super important to what we got going on. So shout out to Miss Hummus, shout out to K-Wave for real, and everybody else that's doing their thing. Shout out to everybody in here that supports us, because we appreciate it, and we damn sure appreciate you guys.
We have a quick clip from Culture United last night where Boots was talking about this, because we're talking about how, you know, one thing that's interesting about Boots Riley is that, you know, from his music with the Coup, coming out the Bay, coming from a a labor, pro-labor household, an activist household, and then moving into the films that he's been making, is that he's been able to put out art on a commercial level, find success while still staying true to his beliefs and his point of view. And you asked him about that. You said, no matter what you do, you're still going to be in a capitalist system. We have a clip right here. We'll play a quick clip of what Boots had to say about that.
Your greatest success as a longtime fan.
Maybe you can build. I don't want to say dance, but I mean, essentially, you got to dance with the
Fuck
devil.
that.
You gotta fuck
Yeah,
back.
exactly. You got to fuck back.
So, because I kind of have that challenge sometimes. Go ahead.
Artists or individual percent that.
That's a fact. Hey, can you hear us?
Yep.
That's much better.
So I was surprised that you. Yeah, that's much better because I was.
Yep.
It's 100.
It's you. What was in Boots' background, by the way? But to get through the door, you still.
I think it's the ceiling.
Yeah, Boots had something going on.
We
got to, I don't want to say dance, but I mean, essentially, you got to dance.
I could, if I had a second, I could go get a head.
His audio was like something special.
Hey, don't Boots give you a Cat Williams vibe too? Put it out. It's like you have no choice. But
I think so. Probably just a little bit less flamboyant than Cat is.
No, I'm just talking about the look. The look.
Oh yeah, with the what do they call them? The muscle chops. What do they call these things?
Pork chops. He had pork chops on lamb chops. I think you call lamb chops. He had the lamb chops.
I don't even know what it's called.
And then he had the big hat, the Wile E. Coyote hat.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I seen him on Breakfast Club, so he that's his thing. That's his vibe right there. That's his aesthetic.
That's how, he's looked like that most of his career too. So, but here's Boots.
Fighting, actually having shootouts with the police. This may be an emergency for my son. Can you hold on 1 second? Because I have a son that is of that. Like, are you trying to define it to be like, if you want to make communist art, you have to do this, as opposed to what I look for is, what do people do once they take in the art? That's the only thing I'm looking at. Like, what do they do? Like, I'm not looking at definition. I already dealt with that with like, are you making real hip hop now? Or is that rap, or is that hip hop, or is that blah, blah, blah? And to me, it's about what is the effect that the art has. And so some of the discussions ranged around an idea that is not actually a radical idea. It's more of a liberal idea. Liberalism says that there's a way to just somehow be ethically capitalist, right? There's a way to work with the nicer corporations, this or that, and that things are better when you do that. And that's kind of what the Democrats have put forward. That's a tenet of liberalism, and that was always an answer to folks that said, no, we have to organize to have the working class overthrow the ruling class. And that's the only answer, right? And so, being that I think the latter, all of my work from the beginning has been tied to getting these ideas out in a big way, getting them out in a way that helps organizers to organize the movement that we need. And so from, the coup came out on our first album in 1993. We were on EMI Records. EMI Records doesn't exist anymore, but they were a multinational corporation connected to all sorts of heinous activity. We strived to get on the radio. We got on the radio in LA and Chicago. We were right next to Coca-Cola ads, right? We weren't like, oh, no, we can't do that because we're helping to sell, that. Now, we had our own line. Like, Levi's wanted us to do an ad, and I didn't want people to associate the ideas in it with Levi's. Or Taco Bell wanted us to do an ad. I didn't want people to associate the ideas with Taco Bell. but it wasn't because I thought that somehow, there's a cleaner way to do it. We've been on Warner Brothers, we've been on, I don't know, we've been on every Interscope, all these labels, right? So, and, obviously the TV show was on, I'm a Virgo was on Amazon. The first movie was put out fully by Annapurna, Megan Ellison's company. And so, and what I can say is, going off of that thing, well, what does the art do? In terms of Sorry to Bother You, that was my most effective piece of work that I've ever done so far in 30 years of more than 30 years of putting stuff out. And the way I can say that is that with all of my music, I always had people coming up to me saying different things that were kind of hard to measure, but good to hear, like, oh, you opened me up to radical politics, or I joined an organization because of you, or this and that, all sorts of things, just anecdotes throughout the year. But for me, I never really know how to take that, because I know if you meet somebody that you like their art, you might embellish things just to be like, I want you.
So he goes on
Justin,
from there. He goes on from there, but you guys get the joke.
So I'm gonna say this: Boots is a fantastic long talker. It's a skill, because he talks so long that you become disinterested in what the hell the question that you ask. And he essentially tells you that what he said in all that mumbo jumbo is he works with all these people that he hates to get done what he needs to get done. But it went on for so damn long that you couldn't even you don't even follow at a certain point. You're just like, oh damn, okay, that nigga just was going. Listen, let's just keep it real. Hey, y'all was in there last night. We love you, Boots. This ain't dissing you, because this is who I am as a person. And you called me Stat Q. I took it. I ain't taking no type of way. I thought it was hilarious. But man, this nigga was talking his ass off. This nigga was going crazy. He need to change his name from Boots to Talk. That nigga was talking so long at that monotone voice. What happened is, and then you go, and then you turn around, and then you back up, and then you go back down, and then you go back up. And that's what happened when I was going down, because I went down the street and I turned around, and I went back down the street and came back to the house, and I went to the house and I picked up the groceries, and the groceries was there. And then the groceries came in, so that's why the groceries was sitting right there by where I was going. Legendary nigga. But I'm just saying, he did all that shit to let you know that, hey, I worked with all these bullshit people so that I get my movie made. That's what he said. And my music made.
Right. And he definitely has a colorful way. He definitely has a colorful way of communicating. Well, he definitely has he's going to give you all the details when he's explaining something, And I think what he was talking about is actually really important, because a lot of people don't know how to move in a space where there's things you care about, but the landscape doesn't look like it would support that conversation. I mean, even Vince Staples is kind of like that, right? I mean, he said that the label's trying to restrict him in terms of what music that he would be able to put out. And I think and BK brought this up last night, I think a lot of people think about this on the standpoint of the sonics behind Cry Baby. Do you really want to put out a punk album on Def Jam? Is that the best place for it? You made a great point about that. You sign somebody to do something, they want to do something else, so that's kind of crazy, right? But at the same time, maybe that's part of the conversation. Maybe it's literally what he was rapping about that might have been an issue as well. You don't know. So it's one of these situations where I think Boots Riley is still a fantastic example of how to be able to do pro-labor rap music and movies as the world is moving more anti-labor, or at least the country's moving more anti-labor, or removing rights from labor organizations. That's just impressive on its own to see someone be able to do that. And when he's describing it, he's giving us all the details.
I'm gonna give you an example. Boots is a legend in his own right, but this is some real shit. So let's take Ice Cube, America's Most Wanted, and let's take what Vince Staples did. Similar messaging, right? But Ice Cube's America's Most Wanted was more successful and it sold more records. Different times, of course, right? The label was okay with Ice Cube coming with that messaging, more millions. I'm gonna finish this point, then we get into it. But he was cool with they were cool with Ice Cube coming with that messaging because it financially suited the label to make money. You know what I'm saying? You talk about Boots movie, right? And then you compare it to Sinners. You see what I'm saying? Sinners had a lot of the messaging, some of the, you know, when you look at some of the underlying messaging that Ryan Coogler that they put inside of that movie, the systematic racism, all that type, they put all that in that movie, but it made $1 billion. So guess what they want? They want another Sinners. And Ryan is going to be able to put all the shit that he hates about white supremacy all throughout that movie because it made $1 billion. Now, Boots movie, right? He didn't make the money, so he's gonna have a hard time trying to get the next film where he feel like he's making a difference. So at the end of the day, these corporations, even down to Vince, they want the money to be made. So if Vince would have had "This Is America" on his project, as I said last night, if that was the first single and it was a smash, he wouldn't have a problem. It didn't matter what he was saying on that shit because it would have made the money. You know what I'm saying? It's just shit is dollars and cents at the end of the day.
The thing that's interesting with Boots, though, you know, because at the part where we cut off that clip, where he was talking about "Sorry to Bother You," and he said that was his most effective film that he'd ever made, because that film actually did make a lot of money, like between the movie theater, but then also streaming revenue, DVD revenue, and so I think that set up, you know, what he was able to do with "I'm a Virgo" and now with "I Love Boosters." So I think that tracks with what you're saying. We'll see what happens with this, but when "I Love Sorry to Bother You," most of his money, it sounds like he was able to came from the distribution deals with the streaming platforms and on that side of things, more so than theaters. So we'll see what the future holds for I Love Boosters too.
Yeah, shout out to him and shout out to him and all his long talking. You know what I'm saying? He was in there. I was like, this dude is going in. Same tone the whole time too, DJ. When he was talking, he was the same tone. And then did not no inflections or none of that. None of that not going up. Monotone. Man, he's hilarious though. He made the movie is funny. He said, "I'm gonna come on Culture United. Y'all about to get this right here."
Well, he and then he also had the technical difficulties on his phone. He had static on his.
Oh, that made it worse.
Yeah, that was the challenge. Static was static. But it was really fantastic conversation.
Hey, Justin, I'm gonna keep it real. I'm in there holding on. The chat fucking with me. Stat falling asleep. I'm in there trying to move around.
And you watching the game the whole time.
Oh, game on like this here.
Right.
I'm on the game. I'm looking at the game. I'm on DJ Story. He talking shit. I'm like, what's going on with the Spurs? I'm like, yo, get me up to it. See, look at Justin yarning. Dog, what time you woke up today, dog?
Oh, I got up early. I got up at like 6:45 probably.
You gotta get some sleep, man. What time is it over in DJ?
Yesterday was a short show. I mean, the show was only 5 hours yesterday. So
only
5 hours.
Only
5 hours. So that wasn't that bad.
What time is it in Atlanta right now?
12:30.
What time you woke up?
8.
8 that time?
Yes, sir.
DJ More Millions.
DJ's in Atlanta. His artist was supposed to go to the studio. She canceled on him. Like she being the greatest. She's the greatest of all time. Shout out to Keisha Cole. We love Keisha Cole. She's awesome. I told DJ yesterday she is the most consistent person, one of the most consistent artists that I've ever. She's consistently herself all the time. Keisha Cole, if y'all ever get a chance to meet her, you're never gonna meet her and be like, oh, she wasn't Keisha. She's herself all the time. She's marvelously authentic, and she's an amazing mother and one of our greatest singers of all time. And she manages to keep DJ on his toes. They have a fantastic work.
Definitely does that. Definitely does.
Did she name her son? Did she name her son after you? Is that how that goes?
No,
it's DJ though.
That's so stupid. You're so stupid. No,
because it's her dad is DJ.
Yeah,
that's
Daniel.
His addition.
Yeah,
Daniel. But
So
when did Jay come in?
What?
When did Jay come in? Oh, Daniel Jr., that's the DJ. I thought she named him after you.
So the logical reason obviously is not what you would think of. That makes sense. stupid.
Maybe you were the tipping point.
So stupid. Yeah, I was the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
It was between that and Steve, and that was the tiebreaker. Yeah. So stupid.
Steve, DJ.
So stupid. What's a good word, guys? Well, you've been throwing it up all morning.
We have been. Yes, the audience was 100% sure you would come today to the
100%
show.
is crazy. I feel like I got to switch up my patterns.
Yeah, well, you come on Thursdays.
They already know what it is.
Anywhere.
Exactly. Exactly.
They know you're going to be on Thursdays. You don't have to do. It's easier to get online.
True. If I just had to hit the button all the time, I would be there more. That makes sense.
Right.
Well, truth be told, we talked last night after the game. Of course, we're gonna talk about that. But he told me he was coming on, so I kind of like knew. He tipped me off, which I knew he was coming on before he even told me, because them ridiculous Knicks came back. So I knew before I knew that he did what he did. I knew that he bet on the Knicks when they were down by 30. So I already know him. You know what I'm saying? I know him, and that's what he does. So I'm gonna let DJ. He should set this up about your philosophy of betting on this team when they were down by the most points.
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
I mean, it's just simple. I think the NBA, especially as it's gone as analytic as it has, and it's gone so fast paced and so possession based, and so like how many shots can you get up? Like these leads don't matter anymore. Like you get guys that get hot. Like literally, I'm talking to five different chats during the game. Like, yes, the Spurs look incredible, but they're shooting 60% from three. That's not going to continue. Like, I don't care. Like, that's just not a realistic thing. And they're so young that they like that. The coaching, everything about what they did last night was horrific. Like, yes. They're so stuck on this analytic, get the best shot, that they're shooting with 20 seconds left on the shot clock, up 30. Like there's no concept of slow change it. Like they have this whole mentality of got to stay in rhythm, got to stay in the flow, don't want to screw it up. That like the common sense of, well, there's only so many possessions left in the game. If the team is down, that like, I'm not saying to run it down to 1 second every time, but like run an offense. If you miss 5 threes in a row, go to the basket. You have an 8-foot guy. Like you don't have to keep taking fadeaway threes because you were hot an hour ago. And like that team is so young and so inexperienced, and it's showing. Like, and they used so much energy and built that team around beating Oklahoma City that they did it. You watch that team cry on the court. They didn't win the championship. Like they had to go win another round. Like and they've played well enough. They really could have won all 4 games. They could have swept this series, but they made mental mistakes. I mean, they almost lost game 3 when they were 100 times better also. And then just my overall thought on basketball overall, that because of all the possessions and the way it's played, that if you can just wait till halftime or wait till whoever's losing, you're going to get at least 2, unless it's a tie game, you're going to get at least 2 to 3 to 1 odds on a game that's going to come down to the wire anyway, because 90% of basketball games come down to the wire. Every once in a while you get a real blowout. But so the fact that those odds went up to 13 to 1, like you knew the Knicks were going to make a run. They were home, and like, I mean, maybe they don't come all the way back, but 9 out of 10 times they cut it within 10, and then it's going to be a pressure cooker on the Spurs not to blow it. And they're all kids. And the one guy who's not a kid, De'Aaron Fox, literally was playing like he had money on the Knicks, more money on the Knicks than me. So like, and he, like, because I'm not bragging about the Knicks. I'm truly not a Knicks. I was a Knicks fan as a kid. I'm not a Knicks fan anymore. Like it's not. It was just like if the roles were completely reversed, I would have probably bet on the other team. So like, but just the energy of these two teams and where it's at seems like, you know, it just was so set up for it, and the team just kept making mistake after mistake after mistake. But the second Wemby elbowed Towns and they called the flagrant, I was like, here we go. And like I was getting the text at once. I was like, once they cut it to, and when it was 15 going to the 4th, I texted my dad and I was like, this game's coming down to the last second. I don't know if they're going to win, but it's coming down to the last second. And it came down to the last. But I mean, so stupid. Like Wemby misses 2 free throws, never happens. Fox gets the ball with 15 seconds left, and instead of getting fat, he goes up against a better, like, I mean, fadeaway jumpers, just throwing the ball out of bounds. Like, they couldn't have lost. They couldn't have done a better job of losing the game. Without the whole team just getting on the bus in the 3rd quarter and just going to Chili's or something. They couldn't have done a better job of like blowing the game on purpose. That's what I think.
I think basketball players should be, athletes should be penalized when they make mistakes when they do dumb stuff. Financially.
That's a slippery slope, because then you decide How do you decide what's like an error and what's like a?
Well, they get more money for accomplishing things. So for like
You
not
mean there should be
making,
escalators and like de-escalators in the contract? Like if you
bruh, for
average less than
the
10 points a game?
Fox
But
when
guys
when Fox saw
are
that.
going to be playing to make sure they hit their quotas as opposed to team basketball.
Hey man, when Fox saw that he was gonna have a contested layup right there, and at the time that was left, he should have dribbled that out.
But I'm saying he doesn't play like a leader. I don't think that crossed his mind for a second. It didn't look like he thought about it, but he also caught the ball like 5 feet from the bat. Like that's just instinct. But like it's just the coaching was terrible. Just everything about it. Like
they paid him $50 million
foul right
a year.
after that moment was crazy.
Like they stopped the clock. But I mean that they had a foul to give. I just think all of it was just very like. And the thing that's not talked about the most is in that last second, that guy was wide open under the basket. Karl Anthony Towns tipped that ball. He would have had an uncontested layup. Like that play worked on the 1 second left. If you watch it, Dylan, I think it was Harper, was wide open. Like the Knicks blew that, but Towns got his finger on the ball and it stopped the play. That's why the ball was down at his feet instead of up here. So then we would have seen what would have happened. Maybe he would have missed the layup. But it seemed like the way the game was going. But I mean, he was great. If they would have just given him the ball instead of Fox the last 8 minutes, they probably win that game by 10. I don't care if he's a rookie. I don't care if he's 4 years old. He like looked locked in, like all those guys did, except Fox. The one guy who didn't look locked in was the guy that had the ball the whole game. So
the guy who signed a $220-something million contract.
I mean, that's cool. That's cool. That don't matter. The Mets signed Sean Manaea to a $150 million contract. He stunk. He's in the bullpen already. They don't keep pitching him every day. Like, it just is what it is. Like, you got to find a way to win the game. You're in the finals. Guy's horrible. You stop giving him the ball. But, all I say is it was amazing. Like, my dad called me going nuts. Like, you're insane. Of course, my dad did what he always does. Any game that he cares a lot about, he never turns on. He tells everybody, like, shuts the lights in his room. Like, he acts like he's not even – I mean, when the Giants played the Patriots in the Super Bowl, a good play happened while he was in the bathroom. So he locked himself in the bathroom for the rest of the game. He never came out because he thought that was what was good luck. So he stayed in the bathroom for 2 hours. Never came out, and the Giants won. So I can't argue with him that didn't make them win the Super Bowl. So literally, that's where I get my craziness from him, a guy who has locked himself in bathrooms so the Giants can win, to not watch the game with me and stuff. So, like, to be able
Your dad is crazy, man.
To be right about that was incredible, and it was fun. It was a good,
I hope I'm not
worried. Like, now that the Knicks are up 3-1, they're going to tear the city down when they win, or God forbid. I mean, the Spurs are good enough to win the next 3 games, like, because they could have won all the games. So, like, they're just like I think it would be probably the greatest comeback of all time if they win now after the more demoralizing defeats they've had. Yeah. Like, but it's not like, so I feel like the city's getting torn down either way. So like, that just sounds insane. Yeah, it was absolutely insane though. So I was like, I enjoyed it.
They were throwing stuff at the San Antonio Spurs bus, right?
Yeah, like at the fan, like that. Just like every positive thing they do is just that's throwing stuff at players is just embarrassing. It's like the Ryder Cup when the United States fans were like literally yelling at the European players while they were swinging, and when you take it to a point of racial slur, like when you get to that point, it's just like, man, everybody who's rooting for you guys is just like throw it out the window. Like, it's just stupid. Like, that stuff is just stupid. I don't know what to do with throwing stuff at the players and stuff. Like, dumb. But
when I watch old highlights of yesteryear, of eras that people really love about basketball, they were throwing a lot of stuff at the players.
Yes.
Hey, I'm about to
you're not even allowed to be sad. They write emails about it and stuff. We're in a different world now.
When I look at some people saying that America was better back in the days, and then when they had black people there with fire hoses hitting them with it. That don't make it right.
Right. Exactly. They're sicking dogs on people.
They were sicking dogs on
these
people.
These are better times.
So these were better times. So let me tell you something. At no point in time is okay as a fan for you to go up to someone that you have no relationship with. All you know about them is what they do for their profession. For you to throw something at them or to attack a person because they have on their favorite player's jersey walking down the street. Yeah, that's not cool.
Yeah, that's not cool at all. A couple stats from last night. Here's the fourth quarter from Victor Wembanyama. Yeah. This is his fourth quarter. Missed alley-oop layup, missed tip shot, made free throw, missed floater, missed top shot,
Oh,
made 2-point shot, missed alley-oop layup, missed jump shot, made jump shot, missed free throw.
Yeah, no, he didn't play well. Like
He's 7. How tall? 7'6", 7.
Yeah, no, he had a
Wow.
bad fourth quarter, but his expectations should be insanely high, but he is still 21 years. Like, I know he's 7'6", all stuff, but he's still a kid playing in his first finals, and he's had some amazing moments. The guy we're talking about is the guy that was paid $60 million to be the veteran on that team and the leader and you know what I mean? That doesn't mean that Wemby didn't contribute to blowing that game, because he absolutely did. But they're also not where they are without him. So he's still like averaging. How many points did he have last night? I know he wasn't great at the end, but he
still carried the team.
Yeah, he's still. I mean, they had no. Castle was great last night. Vessel, those guys were hitting threes like crazy.
Vessel and Harper. Castle didn't show up last night.
Yeah, but I'm saying they were so bad. I didn't think they were going to shoot 8 for 39 in the second half, which is insane. They hit 8 baskets in the that's legitimately nuts.
I mean, look at this right here.
They had to be that bad to lose by 1.
That's crazy.
They had to score 30 points in the second half. If they the team that scored,
that's
70
ridiculous.
in the first half.
Look at that.
19.
They scored 76 points in the first half and almost didn't crack 100. That's crazy. That's what I mean. The Knicks, they gave up 76 points in the first half. You would have thought the Knicks had to score 80 in the second half to have a chance. They only scored 58 or whatever it is, which is a lot, but not insane to come back from 27 down. The Knicks didn't have anywhere near as good a second half as the Spurs did a first half. It's just they're not horrible in the second half.
The only bad thing about this for the Knicks is when you do come back from such a large deficit, you always feel like you're always in the game. So you don't mind going down by large numbers.
There's nothing bad about it. They're up 3-1 in the finals. They have 1 game left to win.
No.
They don't have time to rest on their laurels. I'm just saying if it was in the second round of the playoffs, that argument I understand. But they just did it against Cleveland too. They were down 25 to them in the first round at the end. And you thought you wanted to blame James Harden. Can't blame James Harden for this one.
Here's a clip of De'Aaron Fox talking about his last-minute decision-making.
Haven't scored. Try to get a layup, get up 3. Make them.
I can't hear what it's saying.
Oh, she made a good block. Haven't scored. Try to get a layup, get up 3. Make them force them to need a 3. And she made a good block.
Can you guys hear that? I couldn't.
Yeah, I heard what he said. He's trying to get a layup, and he got a block. Man, she's so lame ass up.
I mean, we knew that part.
Yeah. Yeah.
Media training is important. It's one of the, sometimes the players in the NBA just. Yeah.
I'm just saying
it upsets me. It upsets me.
I'm just saying he got the ball. At the end of the day, it's not like he dribbled the ball up the court. He got the ball. He picked it up 5 feet from the basket, and he was in front of him. It's hard. I don't care how good it is. It is hard split second to, it wasn't like the play. It's not like they had the ball. But at the end of the day, he's got to know better.
I'm just talking about DJ when he's discussing it, right?
Oh yeah,
when he's talking about it. I'm saying he should have some form of.
This is the only thing. Care. The only thing I hated about this game, even though I was happy I won and everything, is you all know how much I love Matt Ryan and love that Falcons team. That now everybody's comparing it to that. So all the Spurs things is the Spurs new logo, and it's a picture of the Falcons logo and all that. It's bringing back all just what I wanted. Another reason to talk about that. It's terrible.
I'm just saying players should have more empathy when it comes to doing something stupid at the end of a game, because especially with the gambling aspect of it, it's some people that put some real money on that game last night, and he cost them some money.
Yeah,
so
but
you
get
up there.
Care about that.
But I'm saying no. But what I'm saying to you,
their job to care about that. Though.
Nah, bro, it is your job.
Players' jobs to care about gambling.
It's the player. No, DJ, you're wrong. It's the player's job to care about the people that support the sport. So when you get up there and you're not gambling support. No. I'm saying, DJ, I'm saying if someone's betting real money on my performance here on third verse, and then I have a bad performance or something happens here, and then I get asked about it, and they ask me about it, and I'm nonchalant with my conversation, it's cool. I tried to score. I mean, that's it.
I mean, you consider me a good friend, right?
Absolutely.
I've bet on you to fly on the screen every single week, and you haven't done it yet. You don't care at all. You get upset. You don't do anything. So it's just not true.
I cannot fly. DJ.
See, I mean, you even like you lie on camera, like all that stuff is like completely unnecessary. Like, so I'm just voiding your point. No, but seriously, you can't have that. Like their caring have anything to do with the gambling part. He's speaking from. I just think it's such a slippery slope with all these guys with whether they're involved in the player props and whether that matters. Like they can't have that in the back of their mind. Like I think they have to care enough about whether the team won or lost and about the fans who are rooting for them 100%. But the fans that are betting on them, I think that's when it gets.
The fans are betting. They're gambling. I'm saying
that, but I'm saying, but that can't be the mentality. The mentality can't be worried about the bettors because they have all these dumbass things like is he going to get 7.5 rebounds? Oh, he let the other guy get the rebound. Like, and then like if they're going to start caring about that part of it, it gets crazy. Like they have to play their game. They can't. Once that actually starts, like people are trying to fight that it doesn't affect the game when we know it does already. We know enough of these players have some influence from like, yo, they boys aren't saying like, hey man, you got to get over 3.5. Like that already, like once it starts becoming like they start acknowledging that, like that can't happen. Like at least in my opinion, like it's already a slippery slope. The fact that those things exist and like
they gotta care, dog.
The baseball thing, that's what got all those guys in trouble because these micro bets are getting so micro. Like when you have actual bets on whether a guy's first pitch of the inning is a ball or a strike, so it doesn't even really affect the game. Like if I could tell you, yo, Stat, I'm on the Braves. Yo, I'm going to throw a ball in the first pitch. That doesn't really like nobody and like people start bet like that's really like that's real like that's pretty easy to hide. Like I mean, you know, obviously the guy could swing and it could end up being a strike on accident. But I mean, conceptually, like and that in basketball too, like the I know the running joke, but all the things about like that site where Angel Reese is going to miss her first shot and they all go crazy all the time. Like especially in basketball, like missing the first shot of the game literally means absolutely nothing. Like, so like if like the fact that you can bet on those things makes sports so like takes the integrity of sports and jeopardizes it so much that like if the players actually started being like, yo, I'm sorry for the guys who bet on me.
No, but DJ, I think you're taking it where I'm saying as a whole. You're taking it. You're just individualizing it as gambling. I'm saying as a whole. When you speak about,
he just that was just a dumb answer. I don't think it was a different answer.
No, when you speak about something that when you mess up like that, it can't come off like you don't care.
I don't think it came off like you don't care. I think it came off.
Well, to me, it did. It came off like he didn't care. He's like, oh, you know, I tried to score and he blocked the shot.
Yeah, but
nah, dog, fuck that. Nah, man, I thought I had it, man. I tried. Oh my god, that is eating me up. It's terrible. Like care. Like
it's also the heat of the moment. Like he didn't know. Like he was probably hadn't watched it yet. Like there's probably things that like you know. That
heat
was
of the moment, you got blocked. That's like if I asked women if he missed the free throw, do you care? Like, man, I missed that free throw. I gotta do better. I gotta make that.
Yeah, I agree.
Come on, you can't be out here.
That, like,
oh man, I missed it. And what? And what? I'll make the next one. Nigga, there ain't no next one. Punk motherfucker. Nah.
You're tuned in live, Third Verse Morning Show.
Sorry. That's some bullshit. I'm just saying, dog. Listen, I'm not a Spurs fan. I'm not a Knicks fan. I only want the Spurs to win because I do not like the behavior of the Knicks fans. That's it. That is the only reason why I want them to win. If the Knicks fans did not behave the way they behaved, I definitely would want the Knicks to win because they have not won since the 70s. And I think as an organization, they deserve to win. But the way that these people, I'm watching grown adults in 2026 conduct themselves in the street, you don't deserve as a fan base to win anything. That is absolutely terrible. And like that's disgusting the way they act.
I agree.
It was disgusting. It's
disgusting.
Agree.
I don't like that. Like that thing is just like that shit's lame. But that's just what it is.
Word up.
That's why every year when the Cowboys lose, I'm cool. Anyway, go ahead. Super chats, Justin.
You guys want to go through some super chats?
Absolutely.
We got this one right here from Sergio G52. What up, Sergio? Says Spurs didn't learn their lesson from game one. Should have played Harper more, especially in the fourth quarter when Fox is making those turnovers.
That's an absolute fact. Absolutely, Sergio. You watch the same game that I watch, and I'm just sitting there like, what are we doing with Fox? Are they trying to get their money's worth? Because it's over. They signed a bad deal. You're making it worse than when you try to get rid of him because he's got to go. He can't stay on the team. There's not enough minutes for him to be there, so it's over with.
We got K-Way for real here. He says, as a UK alum, I hate to shit on my fellow Wildcats, but Harper needs to start, and Fox needs to get Keldon Johnson's minutes. Too bad their smart guy looking ass coach is slow. TJ Henderson ass. Head ass.
Oh.
Smart guy looking coach. He looks like the smart guy.
He do look like the smart guy.
He does look like the smart guy.
Shout out to him, man. Hey, yo, listen, light-skinned brother. He was acting light-skinned last night. He was coaching light-skinned. That's a light-skinned man, and he was coaching that's light-skinned coaching at its finest. He probably listened to Drake the whole way over. He just all Drake. He was like all light-skinned things. His favorite basketball player is Blake Griffin. You know what I'm saying? It's just all that. That's probably what it is. He loves Blake Griffin. I know he does.
Big shout out to OOC 650 says stat flying from the Bay to Atlanta for a West Coast game.
World Cup game.
World Cup game, excuse me.
I'm assuming that's what that is, but yeah.
Any tips or recommendations? Never been to ATL or the South. There you go.
Oh, Busy Bees. For sure. You should take a red-eye flight to get into the Hartsfield Airport. I don't know your situation financially or what kind of miles you got. But what is it called now? Is it Delta? What is it called? Delta One, DJ?
Delta One, yes. Yeah, Delta One is the but it depends where he's coming from. He's coming from the Bay.
Coming from the Bay.
I don't know. San Francisco. I don't know.
Avoid United and American at all costs.
Right.
Garbage.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely a Delta flight. I just the Delta One routes to Atlanta are still being like broadened.
Yeah. If you can get Delta One, do it. Or you can if you get JetBlue, if you're living like that, JetBlue is fantastic. Even not.
Why would you say a red eye flight?
Because you can go to sleep during the whole flight.
Right.
But you land in rush hour. That shit is fucking horrible.
Nah, you get there like 6.
6 in the morning.
Oh,
yeah.
If you take the early red eye.
Yeah, the early. You get there at 6.
Like the 10.
Yeah.
Because that's you land at 8 o'clock, you kill yourself.
No. You leave at like the 10 and then you get there like 6.
5:30. Yeah.
Yeah, smooth. That's smooth. I love that.
But then if your situation ain't right, you can't check in till 3 and you're sitting in somewhere for 9 hours. That shit's terrible. So it kind of depends on where you're.
You get the early check-in.
I mean, it's World Cup time. They don't have room sitting around.
That's why you got to get the room the day before.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The best.
So it's the best way to like the red eye flight to me is going from West Coast to East Coast is the best. You get 2 full days. You get a full day on the West Coast, and then you get a full day on the East Coast. You maximize your trip.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not a maximizer.
You fly midday,
I'm an anti-maximizer. I come from, man, people don't leave me alone. So fly in the middle of the day, you get 4 hours off. And you land at night and there's no traffic and you go to Waffle House and you're fucking thrilled. Like
DJ leaves, he leaves LA at like 3 p.m.
You guys, no, like the 12. You land at like 1. You land at like 9, so you miss the traffic, but the restaurants are still open. So if I don't want to go to Waffle House, you gotta hit it. It's based on restaurants and traffic. Everything is based on restaurants and traffic. Because you land, the Starbucks is still open at Atlanta Airport, so I don't have to find one that's still open. Like there's a whole system to it. Red eye is just, I'm too old for that shit now. Like I don't really sleep well on the plane, and especially the Atlanta flight is even worse because it's only 3.5 hours. So it's not good sleep anyway. It's not like a 6-hour flight, but like the New York flight, which is like 5:15, which is a little better. But yeah, when it comes to comfort and travel, I'm not taking anybody's advice over my own. I figured it out for myself. It's all based on being able to get to a Chili's or a Fridays or something mediocre to settle me in the day, and then start the next day fresh.
Big shout out to Star Trek 13, gifted 10 membersps. Word up. That's awesome.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. That's amazing.
We appreciate that, Star Trek. Star Trek 13. You're a Trekkie. I'm assuming that's what that means.
That's a Star Trek, not Star Trek, but yeah.
Well, I mean, hey. Well, maybe it's like you into for real now. When is Star Trek?
Yeah, right. It might be a nerd. It might be a nerd reference.
Yeah.
Big shout out to K-Way for real says a girl called me medium ugly, and I said I looked like 252.
I look like 252.
I look like 252. I looked like 2:52 a.m. She was a waitress at Steak and Shake. So I got to know her aunt for 6 months, went on a date with her, ate at that Steak and Shake after hours, and her niece served us. Okay.
He called you. Hey, yo. So listen, let me tell you a story about me and DJ. We was at some restaurant in LA, and we had this waitress. And when I tell you, I love this restaurant. So I used to get this soup that they had. This what was it? Was it lima bean soup? DJ hated that because he thought it was disgusting. But the lady, when I tell you, Justin, I'm not gonna call her ugly, but she had a face that you'll just never forget. And I told her, you remember what I said to her, DJ? I was like, she came over. I'm like, that face. She thought I was giving her a compliment. DJ knew exactly what was going on. I'm like, that face, you should be doing like animation. It was, I can't even describe.
Literally just stopped her mid question and goes, that face. And and she took, he was saying she was striking, but it was painfully uncomfortable. And it was a place that I eat at every single day for like what Javier's is now, but back then. Rest in peace, Jerry's Deli. It was Jerry's Deli in Westwood.
Oh man, listen, Justin. I don't want to diss her like that. We're not saying her name, but when I tell you she's one of the most peculiar women on the place of the earth, on the face of the earth. It's whoever loves that face, God bless him. Because this lady,
it was awful. It was awful.
Yeah. Man, what's that dude?
I just wanted to eat my $14 peanut butter and jelly in peace. I wanted to be left alone. I was and he started going in. I was like, oh, her mouth area. It's like she didn't have any teeth. Justin, it was terrible.
So it was all sunken in. So all this was sunken in. Crazy.
Okay. This was like 17 years ago, and I'm getting anxiety all over again.
She looked so crazy. And I told her,
it might be more than 17 years. I'm trying to think of when it was.
Listen, the soup was fantastic. I still remember it was lima bean soup. Every time I went there, DJ would get mad because I'm the only person I would talk about how great the soup was. It was fantastic soup. But this lady, I'm talking about top 10 most unattractive people on the face of the earth. I mean, top 10. Like if we're doing a top 10, when I say she's top 3, it was crazy. She looked, somebody is so unattractive that it's like a pug or one of them dogs that you be like, oh, it's cute. Oh, look at it, it's cute. Oh my God, it looks so bad that it's cute. If anybody got a pug, pugs are ugly.
Yeah, I don't care what pugs, terriers, those certain types of bulldogs. I love them because they're so ugly. They're cute.
That's what she was. So I'll let you say it. She's so ugly. She was so ugly that she was ugly. Cute did not come into play. DJ was uncomfortable. He was uncomfortable.
Big shout out to Brittany Danielle says, favorite song on Crybaby album by Vince Staples is currently Cotton. 10 out of 10 album for me.
We agree. We definitely agree. If anybody ain't checked out Vince Staples' album, go check it out. He took some extraordinary risk, and I think it was to his benefit. Regardless of, if it was me, I would make it a number one album. Not necessarily that I agree with the Sonics, but I just agree with what he did. And sometimes the mission is more important than what you feel about a song. And so it's super important. Dope all the way around. Shout out to him.
Big shout out to Shy Nose says, got a guess on Super Bowl headliner this year.
Taylor Swift. Who you think, DJ?
I think the favorite right now is Bieber in LA after Coachella. That would be what my guess favorite is. But but I think eventually it's gonna be Miley. So just for fun, I'll say Miley.
Oh, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
Tune in live third verse morning show. Stat Quo, DJ Mormile, Justin Hunte. Spurs took a crazy L. We've got chart report coming up. Do you guys want to do chart report now, or do you want to come back to it?
Hey, brother, listen. We riding in the car, dog. What you the one that gotta read that shit. You the one that gotta sit there and read it.
This black t-shirt uniform looks fire across the board here. It's like
exactly. You the one that gotta be able to elevated crickets, number 10. The Warhol with Sorry I Left My Mom, number 12.
Oh gosh.
All you just reading is a bunch of songs we don't know who the hell they are.
Right. Yeah. And we can't play because the algorithm will shut it down.
Yo, how do we do? Yo, who? That's what needs to happen.
What?
I wish they need to figure out a way to let people play the music. That would help the industry so much. If we could imagine if we could play the songs right now all the time. That's what got Kendrick to win the battle, I think. I mean, on top of many other things.
Right.
But I'm saying
Yeah,
that helped.
That's what it was?
That helped.
No, that wasn't. That helped.
I feel like they must have run the numbers. You guys tell us, man. I feel like the industry has run the numbers, and they've said that if they let people play this music, they're going to lose a lot of money.
No, it's a fact.
Yeah.
I talked about Peloton, right?
Yeah.
And they don't have all the music up there. They only get to license a certain amount of songs. And that's because they probably did deals with the individual labels instead of doing a deal with the streaming service. And the labels probably shut that down because they wouldn't make as much money. So in that situation, I think it would be a better service if all the music was at their disposal. The same thing with YouTube. Sometimes for the betterment of the people, you have to weigh your options. That's one thing I think the music industry does not do well at the corporate level. It's so financial that you forget about servicing the people. And I think because they're not reading the room at the impact of podcasting and these shows that are on YouTube and stuff like that, I think that it would be better if they were able to let some of the music play during these situations, even like Peloton and stuff like that. You know, it would serve
100%. Look, and more than anything else right now, music is fighting for attention against every other piece of entertainment in the world.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So you want to get music into the conversation as often as possible in my mind. But you're so right about the music industry being so financial that they forget about servicing the people. That is how they lost the whole business in the first place. They could have started with Napster. Napster could have never existed. They already had the technology. All Sean did was build the code that allows people to share these files. And instead they wanted to move into policies of punishment and prohibition, file lawsuits against 12-year-olds, spend a decade outside telling, hey, if you're downloading music, you're stealing it, you're going to jail. Like that, really? That is how we're going to approach Napster, the internet? When you had the technology? The technology was sitting on CDs. You were selling CDs for 13 years. What are we talking about?
And the messaging is just not good overall for the people, just overall. It just makes you it just adds on to the image of, it's just suit based and they don't care about people. And that's not what you want to convey. Our artists, the greatest artists, the ones that we love the most are the ones that we think actually care. And so if the industry at large does not care about the people, then it kind of sours the people on supporting the art the way that they should. So right. I just wish some more of thoughts on people should be incorporated and say, yeah, maybe we won't make this amount of money, but we'll end up making it back in the support that we get from other ways. And I also believe that if we play a song in here, that song should count based on the number of views that's on that video. So if you have a video that gets 1 million views and you play a song, that should be 1 million plays for that song because 1 million people heard it. Simple. But the way they count it now is it's one time. That's terrible. I have a video that has 200 million views and it gets counted one time if we play it. That's not fair.
Right.
So anyway.
All right. Well, let's check out chart report. See what's happening on the charts. This is the Billboard Hot 100 right here. Brand new number one, Hate That I Made You Love Me by Ariana Grande. Number two.
Is that new?
Yes, this is.
Okay.
It's a new entrant, so it's a brand new number one. It's been
Okay.
here for 1 week. We'll see how long it lasts. Choosing Texas is number two. Last week was number two. Peak position number one, 33 weeks on the charts. This is a real hit record. Like this song has been in the top 10 since it showed up, basically. And it's been number one most of this year. And number three, Janice STFU, Drake. Last week, number one, peak position number one, 3 weeks on the chart. This is Drake's first number one. No, excuse me. Iceman is his first album to stay at number one for 3 weeks. And this is his first number one to have multiple weeks at number one. Both of these since Certified Lover Boy, if I'm not mistaken. So Iceman is more successful than basically anything that Drake has put out the majority of this decade so far. But Janice is now down to number three. Number four, Be Her, Ella Langley. Number five, I Just Might, Bruno Mars. Number six, Man I Need, Olivia Dean. Number seven, So Easy to Fall in Love, Olivia Dean. Number eight, Shebang. Last week, number four, peak position number four, 3 weeks on the chart. Number nine, I Can't Love You Anymore, Ella Langley and Ilya Gross. And number 10, Dracula, Tame Impala, and Jenny. So that is the top 10 right there.
I think I should have compared Drake's album to his everything past his best albums. Then maybe I would have had maybe I would have listened to it differently. I think
So
when I heard it,
you want to compare Iceman to his worst albums?
yeah, then I would have thought it was good. I think that's what people are doing.
Or
They're not
comparing Iceman to everything since you feel he peaked, since you feel like the peak started to.
Yeah. I think people are comparing it to, like you said, and that's exactly what the success shows. It's better than Certified Lover Boy, all these other different albums, not the peak Drake that I'm talking about. I only compare him to the peak, so I don't put this in with the peak. So that's why I'm like, get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. Maybe if I was like this in Certified Lover Boy or this in the Party Next Door album, maybe I would have been more excited about hearing it.
So you're saying you were treating Drake differently than everybody else, because when you were talking about Kanye West, right, you were saying that you were like appreciating it because you were no longer comparing it to his
No, I'm saying I should have compared Drake.
Right. I'm saying so. But what you're saying is you did treat Drake differently. You were still comparing him as an artist at his peak, as opposed to.
Well, I didn't like. I thought Bully sucked.
What?
I thought Bully wasn't good.
Yeah, no, I know, but you said it in a way like it was like, but it doesn't have to, because like his peak was all the way back here. So it was like kind of like when you were talking about an artist and like you don't count it against him because he was his peak.
Well, I still don't count this album against Drake as far as like how I feel about him overall.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just talking about this particular project is not good to me. Yeah. And I'm saying maybe if I would have did like some of his core hardcore fans are doing, they would have compared it to the weaker albums, then maybe I would have felt like, I just seen Boy Wonder say this is a classic, and when I seen him say that, it made me go back and listen to it again, because I respect his point of view, and I'm like,
of course,
what is he? What classic? Where classic compared to what? What? Like classic where? Like who? Is there a new definition for classic? But then I realized, it's subjective, because that's how he feels. He's allowed to feel that way, and he's actually done a lot in his career to be able to say that. But it's for me, there's nothing about this classic. This is not. They're not going to talk about this in the Drake, like what's going on with Drake going in the future. This is not going to come up. I don't care. Like we're going to talk about Good Kid, Mad City. We're going to talk about Damn. We're going to talk about The Pimp a Butterfly. You know what I mean? We might even talk about GNX. You know what I'm saying? We're not talking about unfiltered. What's the shit called? What's the album he put out where it was unreleased?
Untitled.
We're not gonna talk about that. You know what I'm saying? That's not gonna come up. It's not. But those albums I just said, we're gonna speak about that. This album, I don't think we're gonna talk about that with Drake. I don't see it.
I think people will. And the reason I think they'll talk about it because of the battle.
Okay, I feel you.
But I think and because of the performance, like it's whether we feel or not. Like I think it's it's standing out. Like it just is. It's performing. Like we can like have whatever argument we want. Like it could be other albums. Like I think coming off of the energy and the battle and everything, and that like, you know, it's not. I don't think it's the greatest album of all time, obviously, but I think it's, you know, it's performing enough that that it will be in the conversation. People will talk about it when they talk about Drake's career, I think.
When J. Cole came out,
yeah, I think so too. And the battle, like the same thing. They're gonna do the same thing with the fall off. You know what I mean? Like regardless of how well they performed or didn't, how much people loved the music or they didn't, it's etched in history because this is the greatest rap battle in hip hop history. So all these projects are going to be locked into that conversation.
Like if there's a behind the music about Drake, there will be an Iceman segment.
A whole section on it.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know when J. Cole put his album out, how long did that stay on the charts after he dropped it?
I think
Can somebody in the chat look that up?
I think it's on the charts now. Let's see.
No, I'm saying like in the top, like the top area. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say what charts because you're saying like the top 200 albums. I'm assuming it's.
Well, I know song wise, he didn't have anything in the song charts, but I'm saying as far as like
He's
albums,
a kind of artist like that though.
Yeah. I'm just curious
Long survival
because he is an album artist. So
Yeah,
I'm curious to
artist.
know how long did he sit up there in the top 10. You know,
Aaron, if you're in the chat, if you could check that out, let us know in the chat.
oh, everybody's saying a week. He was only in there for a week. Wow.
He was in the top 10 longer than a week, right?
I'm just looking at the chat. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. While we figure that out, moving on to the next 10. Number 11, The Cure, Olivia Rodrigo. Last week, number 5, P position number 5, 2 weeks on the chart. 12, Ran to Atlanta. Drake featuring Future and Miley Santana. Last week, number 6, P position number 2, 3 weeks on the chart. 13, Drop Dead, Olivia Rodrigo. Last week, number 12, P position number 1, 7 weeks on the chart. Number 14, Risk It All, Bruno Mars. Last week, 16, P position 4, 14 weeks on the chart. Number 15, Boston by Stella Lefty. Last week, number 20, P position 15, 9 weeks on the chart. Number 16, Kehlani, Folded. Last week, 18, P position 6, 51 weeks on the chart. Number 17, Stateside, Pink Pantheress with Zara Larson. Last week, 17, P position 6, 22 weeks on the chart. 18, Whisper My Name, Drake. Last week, number 9, P position number 3, 3 weeks on the chart. 19, Billie Jean, Michael Jackson. Last week, 19, P position 1, 31 weeks on the chart. And 20, National Treasure. Last week, number 11, P position number 6, 3 weeks on the chart. That is a Drake song.
By the way, just for the record, J. Cole went 1 to 2 to 11. So he was in the top, and then it stayed in the top 15 for 5 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 weeks. So
5 weeks in the top 15.
okay, so now DJ do the same thing for GNX, so we can see because right now J. Cole's in last place because Drake has passed him. Just talk about like success on the project. I think Kendrick stayed in the top 10 a little bit longer.
Kendrick was in the top 10 for a while.
Yeah. That's how we compare. We'll just do some numbers things instead of just going off of what we feel. Let's just go. Let's do the fake numbers. Let's see what they do.
Let's go see let's check what people are paying for.
Exactly. Let's see what the analytics did. Go ahead, Justin. Keep reading while he figured it out.
21, Home Wrecker, Somber. Last week, 23, P position 19, 17 weeks on the chart. 22, Too Hard for the Radio. Last week, 15, P position 9, 3 weeks on the chart. 23, Midnight Sun, Zara Larson. Last week, 25, P position 23, 20 weeks on the chart. 24, Change My Mind, Riley Green. Last week, 32, P position 24, 18 weeks on the chart. 25, Earrings, Malcolm Todd. Last week, 29, P position 25, 14 weeks on the chart. 26, Chicago, Michael Jackson. Last week, 30, P position 26, 2 weeks on the chart. 27, E85, Don Toliver, still hanging around. I love this album. Last week, 38, P position 15, 18 weeks on the chart. Be You by Luke Combs. Last week, 36, P position 12, 16 weeks on the chart. 29, Baby Doll, Dominic Fike. Last week, 33, P position 16, 17 weeks on the chart. And number 30, Sleepless in a Hotel Room, Luke Combs. Last week, 26, P position 11, 21 weeks on the chart.
Man, you see how now there's not one Chris Brown song. Have we seen one?
Nah, not yet.
Damn, that's crazy. He had like what 40 songs on that album?
Too many.
Man, he got his Drake on.
Brown.
Iceman is much.
doo-doo.
Iceman is better than Chris Brown's album. We can say that. Well, the people like it better, right?
Without question.
Yeah, he got that.
Number 31, Human Nature, Michael Jackson. Last week, 31, peak position 7, 19 weeks on the chart. 32, Plot Twist, Drake, 21. Last week, peak position 11, 3 weeks on the chart. Number 33, Loving Life Again, Ella Langley. Last week, 37. They have a terrible website here for Billboard. Last week, 37, peak position 21, 11 weeks on the chart. 34, Pop That Thang, The Baby. Last week, 40, peak position 26, 18 weeks on the chart. That's a big, big win for The Baby. Big win for The Baby on that. 35, Don't We, Ew Yuck Gross. Last week, 50, peak position 35, 17 weeks on the chart. 36, Bees on the Table. Drake featuring 21 Savage. Last week, 27, peak position 12, 3 weeks on the chart. 37, Motion Party, Boss Man D-Lo. Last week, 62, peak position 37, 12 weeks on the chart. 38, The Great Divide, Noah Kahan. Last week, 41, peak position number 6, 18 weeks on the chart. Make Them Pay, number 39, Drake. Last week, 22, peak position 10, 3 weeks on the chart. And 40, Dust by Drake. Last week, 24, peak position 8, 3 weeks on the chart. Why do you think that there's such a discrepancy between the success of Iceman versus the other two projects? Are they just putting more money into the Iceman tracks, do you think? Do you think because most of the discussion is around Iceman?
I think people like the music. I think his fans like it. The songs are better.
Yeah.
And by the way, the Kendrick thing is, like, I've been looking just to make sure, but it says that Kendrick spent the first 12 weeks GNX spent in the top 5.
Yeah.
It catapulted back to 1 because remember the Super Bowl happened like 7 or 8 weeks into the release. And then ultimately it spent it looks like it says 28 weeks in the top 10.
And they also put physicals out around the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So in order for Drake to match GNX, he would need to spend 28 weeks in the top 5.
Well, it depends, because you got to depend on where the numbers actually fall, because it's not really about total week. Like, it's about total. It depends, like how you rate it. Like if you spend, like, you know what I mean. If you spend a week, it's really just about overall at the end of the day. Like, staying power is involved too. But like if somebody does double the first week what somebody else did, then that, like, you could still be better even though you only spent 20 weeks as opposed to 30. If the numbers were massively bigger in those 20, just depends kind of how it.
Well, his success is he deems Billboard as to be the success, the measure. He says it on the project.
I'm saying, but both of them are but Billboard being what? Because the numbers are dictated by Billboard too. I'm talking about the charts, because that's what he's bragging about. Charts are based on sale. All I'm saying is, like, if you do, like, you could be number one week and do 180. You could be number one and do 1 million. So like 30.
I'm strictly no, DJ. I'm strictly talking about the number on the charts, because that's what he's talking about on his project. I know what you're saying. You didn't listen to the album enough to hear what I'm telling you right now.
Well, I understand. I'm just talking about.
He's saying basically what he's saying is his success is what number am I on these charts. So that's what we're going by, because he's basing his success on the number. Because if we're talking about sales of Drake, it's no competition between him and Kendrick Lamar. I told people that. And catalog making money, Drake catalog washes anybody else's. That's maybe not Taylor Swift or Michael Jackson or some crazy shit. I'm just talking about on the Billboard charts, because this is what he's hanging his hat on. Which, if I was him, I wouldn't hang my hat on the Billboard. I would hang my hat on consumption. But that's not what he does. So he's hanging his hat on Billboard. In order for Iceman to surpass GNX, I'm saying he has to spend the equivalent amount of time or more time on that album. I mean, on that chart than GNX. That's all I'm saying. But consumption-wise, it's not even close. Everybody knows this, because he appeals to a larger base of people. You know what I'm saying? His music is very it's a little bit more it's more palatable for people to take in. You know what I mean? So he gets more he gets a larger base of people. You know what I mean?
I just love how personally I'm like, I hear what you're saying 1,000,000%. I'm just excited. I just love seeing all the Michael Jackson songs on the chart. That just makes me
I love
like, as you talk about Michael Jackson, like, we're looking at like you got like bonus cuts he cut like 20 years ago. Like,
Chicago,
Chicago sitting up there is crazy.
Like, which is fun.
Number 41, Swim, BTS, last week 44, peak position number 1, 11 weeks on the chart. 42, Cinderella, Mac Miller featuring Ty Dolla $ign, last week 55, peak position 42, 4 weeks on the chart. Excuse me. 43, American Girls, Harry Styles, last week 46, peak position 4, 13 weeks on the chart. 44, Freaking Out, Dexter and the Moon Rocks, last week 47, peak position 33, 11 weeks on the chart. 45, Don't Stop Till You Get Enough, Michael Jackson, last week 43, peak position number 1, 25 weeks on the chart. 46, Burning Bridges, Drake, last week 28, peak position 13, 3 weeks on the chart. 47, Stat's favorite song, Spin That, Young Miami, last week 66, peak position 47, 2 weeks on the chart. 48, Hit the Wall, Gracie Abrams, last week 48, peak position 48, 3 weeks on the chart. 49, What Did I Miss? Drake, last week 24, peak position 2, 15 weeks on the chart. And I Love It, I Love It, I Love It by Bella K comes in at number 50, 52 weeks on the chart. Peak position 17, 16 weeks on the chart. Last week, 52, excuse me. We talked about Spin That Young Miami last night in the Boots Riley conversation because he had Young Miami come out.
I think it was very interesting how he flipped that song to make it fall into something that he could get behind. I think that was very intelligent of him.
Yeah.
Like this song is clearly about boosting and stealing and all kind of wrong shit that we don't want our children to do, But he made it to where I really rock with the sentiment behind the song because, it's basically defying the system. He brought it like I was like, yo, this is what you call great twisting of a fact to make it fit into what you're doing so that you can capitalize off of it. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was amazing.
Well, one of the things that's really interesting about that part, because that stood out to me too, he said when he says he tries to put himself in the position of the listener, and a lot of times the listener, you might think that the listener is hearing someone brag about how much they have earned or what they've accumulated. But a lot of times the listener hears is someone who is free. And so someone is like, and that's what they identify with. They want to be able to be free from having to go to work. They want to be able to be free from all these bills. They want to be able to be free for not having all the things that they want. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, this must be how a lot of these pitches go when he goes into these meetings to get these deals. He has harnessed that pitch so well. Because I don't think he's disingenuous. I just think that I think there's 100% truth in it, and I feel like you land on that truth in a different way if you're pushing a product that is antithesis of what's happening in the marketplace exclusively throughout your career. You know what I'm saying?
Without sounding disrespectful, and I hope he doesn't take it as that, but that's just what I heard was because he's from the Bay. The Bay is synonymous for pimping. It just sounded like trying to explain to a woman that's going to do that service why she should give you all the money. No, listen, because what I'm going to do when you give me all the money, I'm going to take the money and build a infrastructure around you that will make you grow to be a greater person. So therefore, when that infrastructure is built, we are able to capitalize off of what we're doing. And I think that's for the betterment of the situation. That's why I should be the one that have all the money. You see what I'm saying?
Right. You know what's funny? I had like I said, I've worked at Empire, and they're located in the Bay. I can't remember who this artist was, or if he was associated with an artist. I can't remember, but he was I want to say he was like the first or one of the first real pimps that I ended up being around a lot, and it was just amazing how easily he would downshift into like motivations, like motivational speeches. Like he would say just things that just blew my mind that weren't even punchlines for him. Like it was just like transitions. I had some one time, somehow I don't even know if I asked him. Maybe I did ask him. I'm like, yo man, how do you how much time do you spend freaking off with with the women you manage? I think is how I phrased it. And he says, oh yeah, I try not to throw my dick a party. Your freakness will be your weakness. And I was like, that is life advice. I will retain.
Hey, listen, you can learn anything You from anybody. It doesn't matter what's going on. And that
Yeah.
right there, I don't like the context at which he was applying that advice.
Right.
But in the nature of the world and the scope of what you have going on in life or what everyone has, your freakness will be your weakness.
It's crazy.
It's something that should be upheld and held up at a high standard for us all to see. Because if you think about some of the great people that have been destroyed by not being able to control themselves physically,
Yeah.
and the freaky things that go on inside of their mind, that is incredible. That should be taught in all curriculums across the United States and around the world.
I
Your
thought so too.
freakness is your weakness.
Right.
Get your freakness will take away from your peakness
Right.
and become your weakness.
It's the truth.
Now that's pimping.
That's pimping. That is 100% pimping.
That's pimping. So when I heard him talking, not of course that's not what he is, but he is from the Bay. Okay.
Right.
So when he was speaking like that, I definitely heard some twisting. And so I see, like you said, when he goes into those offices, he knows how to navigate. He knows how to trigger them to get them behind what he's doing. Because the whole time I'm like, how did anyone let him make a movie? You know, it's so hard to make movies.
Yeah,
The reason I'm saying that is because how revolutionary his thinking is.
Right.
And the things that he was saying. And I just know how corporations are, you know?
Right.
The fact that I think he said he spent $4 million to fund that movie.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he got $4 million in funding to do that movie is fantastic. That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's a testament to him and what he's done in his life work. And the fact that he was able to be on all those different labels, but still maintain the messaging that he had going through, it's phenomenal. And it has everything to do with his ability to speak to these people in a way that make them comfortable enough to cut through. That dude's incredible. And he coming in there with the Wile E. Coyote hat and the pork chops on the side and getting all that off. This nigga's a beast. He is a beast.
Exactly.
He's a beast.
Right.
Anybody that don't know about Boots, go check him out, dog.
Right.
Dude's a beast.
Monster.
That's what you gotta respect. You gotta respect that. That's straight. That's incredible. He not coming in there as not himself. He's coming in there as himself.
Yeah.
He's telling you what he is. He's a revolutionary, and he's still getting corporate funding.
Right.
An animal. They don't do that. You know they don't do that, Justin. You know that, right?
I mean, that is why I was so fascinated with the conversation yesterday. I feel
He's
like there's
fucking-
something everybody can take away from his story who has a vision for something that might not be a part of the prime directive. You know what I mean? Like, my man is out here with some of the most anti-capitalist content you can find anywhere. And he is getting major corporate funding to put it out, you know? Like, that is part of the game. Like, you know, one of the things that over the course of my career covering hip hop, you know, especially on one of the patterns that's been consistent on the independent level is that throughout my career, regardless of the artist, regardless of the region, there's a population of independent artists who are so anti-label, so anti-corporation, and they wear it as a badge of honor, right? They won't take almost any opportunity that's aligned with a brand or a corporation because, you know, to them it goes against what it means to be independent. And I always looked at that population of people as, you know, being very short-sighted in terms of how far they want their art to go or can go. Because, like, even some of the most militant anti-capitalist people are still finding the right partners to get their ideas out. And that's one thing that Boots was really consistent on. He said he's not necessarily the thing that he's concerned about most is what people are taking away from the art, what sits with them. And if you're limiting yourself and who you're willing to work with, you're also limiting your art's ability to spread, you know? And,
yes.
You know, there's a lot of compromise that has to happen, but that's the world.
Man, he is to make and to take that 4 million and then to make it profitable, which, you know, he's learning how. I learned this, how you even with your following. So if you have 20 people that follow you on Instagram or whatever, and you send something out, They don't. All 20 people don't get what you put out on your page. They limit it. So you see these people with massive followings. They got 100 million followers. Maybe 15 million people will get the information. They charge you. Justin knows this. They'll charge you to reach your base. So you have to pay more money in ads or whatever, so they can send them so they can send your message out to people that are following you to get your message.
Right.
It's crazy. But I think they do that to limit the power of the people on the platform, because if they didn't do it, I guess their thinking is the people will become powerful enough to overpass the platform. I think that's the thinking, you know what I mean? Right?
And money.
And forgot about the elephant. The elephant is in here. Yeah, there's definitely money for sure.
Every road's a toll road, you know what I'm saying? So, back to the charts. 51, Doors, Noah Kahan, last week 54, peak position number 9. 6 weeks on the chart. 52, Die on This Hill, Sienna Spiro, last week 60, peak position 19, 24 weeks on the chart. 53, I'm Spent, Drake featuring Lil Shimmy, last week 42, peak position 34, 3 weeks on the chart. 54, Lush Life, Zara Larson, last week 59, peak position 35. This website, I tell you. Where did it go? There it is. 25 weeks on the chart. 55, Fever Dream, Alex Warren, last week 65, peak position 21, 14 weeks on the chart. 56, Body, last week 51, peak position 14, 18 weeks on the chart. 57, Make Them Cry, Drake, last week 35, peak position 7, 3 weeks on the chart. 58, Don't Worry, Drake, last week 45, peak position 23, 3 weeks on the chart. 59, Turn This Truck Around, Jordan Davis, last week 63, where'd it go? There it is. Peak position 57, 14 weeks on the chart. And 60, Little Birdie Drake, last week 39, peak position 18, 3 weeks on the chart.
So we haven't gotten any Habibti yet, right?
We haven't gotten any Habibti yet. Or
and we haven't gotten any or Maid of Honor. See?
Yeah.
That there you go. There's
going to be some on here. There's definitely going to be some on here, but like none of them.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any of them in the top 60.
And I think eventually a lot of the Icemans are going to go down. I think the main, like Janice S2F, STFU, and Shabu. I think you said Shebang already, right?
Shebang.
Okay, yeah. So I think those are going to sit up there as be the standouts, but I think the rest of this is going to do what it does.
It'll be interesting to see how the chart changes when, or if they, I guess, officially go to radio. It doesn't really look like they put money in the radio yet.
Well, I think this some people have this mentality like they're not trying to support Drake in this project. I think that's totally false. I think Universal is definitely spending money, and I think they are going to go to radio for some of these records, for sure. It's because they wouldn't want Drake to hold it against them for not doing the marketing.
Yeah,
that's more stuff for the lawyers to bring up. So this idea that they're not supporting it, nah, man, this is a money thing. They know what's going on. Just leverage. He has it now, and the conversation's definitely shifted from before these projects came out. I can tell you that. Definitely a different combo.
61, Dandelion, Ella Langley, last week 64, peak position 27, 18 weeks on the charts. 62, Let 'Em Know, T.I. I love this song. I'm so happy I get to see T.I. in the charts every week when we do this.
Shout out
all
to
year
Tip.
it's been like that. This song was in the top 40 earlier this year before all the Drake projects, rearranged things. But last week 67, peak position 33, 19 weeks on the chart. I definitely want to see that tour too with his kids. I feel like a lot of things we were talking about when that battle with 50 Cent was happening, and we got to see the range of talent that his sons have in a different kind of way. I think we talked about this on Third Verse maybe. They could have a whole Jackson tour. They shouldn't even be beefing with Curtis. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
They're a talented family. 63, Don't Tell on Me, Jason Aldean, last week 73, peak position 63, 8 weeks on the chart. 64, Hate How You Look, Josh Ross, last week 74, peak position 64, 9 weeks on the chart. 65, Beautiful Things, Megan Maroney. Last week 76, peak position 32, 27 weeks on the chart. 66, Orbiter, Noah Kahan, last week 71, peak position 56, 6 weeks on the chart. 67, Noble, Femi, last week 97, peak position 67, 4 weeks on the chart. This song jumped 30 spots in a week.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy.
Wow.
That's wild right there. That's a rare. I mean, it's rare you see a song that jumps this much in 1 week. 30 spots, 97 to 67. We have to take a look at the story behind that. Number 68, Bottom of Your Boots, Ella Langley. Last week, 68, peak position 20, 8 weeks on the chart. 69, White Keys, Dominic Fike. Last week, 72, peak position 32, 15 weeks on the chart. And 70, My Way, Riley Green. Last week, 94, peak position 70, 4 weeks on the chart. That's insane, though. This Femi song. Let me know in the comments if you guys rock with that Femi song that's right there. So much country, so much rock on this chart, by the way.
Do you think politics play a role in the shift in certain music?
Yeah, I do. I think politics play a role in art in general. You know, I think.
Well, the demand. When I say shift, I'm saying like the demand of it. Like, do you think people, because certain the administration is a certain type of way, you think does that push the popularity of certain songs with people or whatever? Does that make them listen to it more because they feel a certain way about the politics? You know,
I think that the White House and whoever's in it has a heavy impact on the cultural conversation, without question. I think the impact of different policies has a huge impact that can affect the art. Definitely. You know, I mean, even like you look at Reagan, right? Those policies greatly impacted what rap and hip hop sounded like at that point in time, all the way into the 90s. You know what I'm saying? The Obama era. Call it a coincidence, but this is when we start getting Drake and J. Cole and these biracial cats showing up, taking up, you know, as much auction as they did. I'm not saying that I'm not making a one-to-one correlation, but I do think that just a lot of the conversations that were coming out of that Obama era, you know, a lot of post-racial ideas, you know, a lot of ideas that, we've achieved equality, ideas that, you know, certain communities didn't have anything to complain about anymore. You know, I think that ethos found its way into media in a lot of different ways. So I definitely think so.
Okay, yeah, I don't know, but you know, I lean on you when it comes to my politics. I just hit Justin. Let me know what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Then I just form it up in my mind.
Let's see where we're at. So we're at that. We did that one. We did that one. So 71, WNBA, Drake. Finally something that's on, this on Habibti? I think this is Habibti. Last week, 57. Peak position 28, 3 weeks on the chart. 72, Self-Aware, Temper City. Last week, 82. Peak position 72, 8 weeks on the chart. 73, Rain Dance, Dave and Thames. This is a great song. Last week, 78. Peak position 49, 18 weeks on the chart. 74, Dry Spell, Casey Musgraves. Last week, 75. Peak position 55, 12 weeks on the chart. 75, Woman, Kane Brown. Last week, 83. Peak position 75, 8 weeks on the chart. 76, Classic, Drake. This is the one song off of EP that I did like. Last week, 58. Peak position 35, 3 weeks on the chart. 78, MacArthur, Hardy, Eric Church, Morgan Ilya Gross, and Tim McGraw. Last week, 80, peak position 31, 18 weeks on the chart. 79, Make Them Know, Drake. Last week, 53, peak position 21, 3 weeks on the chart. 80, What You Need, Thames. Last week, 87, peak position 56, 11 weeks on the chart.
I wonder if, I would be curious to know how Drake feels, like his real feeling about his album. Because I know Kendrick was happy about where he was. I would want to know how J. Cole feels about his. Do they feel that this was a success for them? I would like to know that for Drake. In comparison to, maybe he does compare it to what has come out after the peak. You know, maybe he sees it like that. I would be curious to know that for sure.
I don't think it's. I think. I'd be shocked if he didn't look at all of this as a massive success.
Yeah.
You know, especially to have people comparing this project to his last best work, you know, whether that's Views or whether that's Scorpion, we're talking 8 years. You know, so even creatively, that's a huge step in the right direction from a feedback standpoint. You know, he shocked the world by putting out 2 additional projects. Maybe they're not performing as well, but Iceman is still the main conversation, and he got to break a couple of records at the same time, you know.
Yeah, I would be, because you have this expectation for yourself, and then the negatives really generally outshine the positives. So that kind of cuts through more than people saying good shit about you.
Mm.
So that's why I say that, because a million people can say something great about you, and then that one person that says you suck, that's the one that keep you up at night. So that's why I would like to hear that conversation, because it's a lot of people that think he sucks. So
It is
I'm
crazy.
wondering how that feels.
It's crazy how a negative comment can stick with you.
Oh, for sure.
It's crazy how that happens. Like, you can put out a piece of work, especially in this space, put out a dope video, dope conversation, getting a lot of props and praise from people who rock with it. Then there's that one motherfucker. And that shit
Every
is
time.
one that you think about all day long. Gotta have a short memory around here.
Yeah, that's one thing I learned in doing this. Is just like it's the next week, the next piece of content is you just move on.
Gotta
You
ship.
just keep.
Yeah,
You
right.
gotta shift. You can't spend too much time even celebrating it. Like something, even when you do something good and it works, you just gotta, because it's right back at you the next time. And
Right.
maybe Drake feels like that because he's frequently putting out music. Maybe he feels like that, so it's just on to the next one. Whereas I don't think Kendrick has ever put out a piece of work that has been harshly criticized by his fans. I think Drake has put out music that his fans have critiqued him and said is not as good. I don't think Kendrick has ever dropped a body of work that his fans, as a whole, that was just like, "Yo, this isn't good."
Well,
It's
what's the
never happened.
last project that Drake fans were critical of that Drake put out? I know there's some Drake fans in the chat right now. If you guys could name some projects that weren't your
Yeah, I want to
favorites
know
that you're
from a
critical of.
Drake fan. I'm
Yeah.
thinking because I didn't see people ranting and raving about that 21 Savage project, that Party Next Door. I didn't see people standing on the soapbox about those. They kind of came and went really fast.
And see, from an online discussion standpoint, I felt like everything, maybe except for the Party Project, was really celebrated by Drake fans. I don't even think Drake fans really think about the Party Project as a Drake project. I think they look at that as Drake helping out his homie who's held him down for so long. You know what I mean? I don't know if they even think about, because the way that, especially now, the way that the whole conversation around Iceman was Drake is returning, and it's like there's a lot that people are ignoring. So I don't even know if they look at that project itself as a quote unquote Drake project, and maybe they shouldn't because it's a collaborative album, right? But
I've never heard a person that loves Kendrick tell me that, hey, this album's whack. I don't like this album. I love Kendrick, but I've never heard nobody say that. I've never heard it. I've heard people that don't like Kendrick say, "Oh, I don't like his music, period," or "I don't like him." That's because you're not into him. But I've never heard someone that like really loves Kendrick Lamar and that's into his fans say that they don't like something. I've heard a super fan of Drake be like, "Yeah, I wasn't really big on this album," you know what I'm saying? But I love this, you know.
what I run into with Kendrick fans is how much, how often I hear Kendrick fans downplay "Damn." You know, like the way Kendrick fans will talk about Good Kid, Mad City or To Pimp a Butterfly is tiers above how they'll talk about "Damn." You know,
Really?
and yeah, from my experience, and I think perhaps it's because it's his most commercial leaning project, but I think "Damn's" his best project, and that's why it always stands out to me when I hear people critical of that project. Now, I don't think anybody's saying any of Kendrick's music's whack, and I don't think Drake fans are saying that Drake's music is whack. But when I think about critiques that I hear about Kendrick's catalog from Kendrick's fans, "Damn" is one of those ones.
I've never heard that. I've heard people say the Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. I've heard people say that that was not their main thing, but I've never heard someone. Damn to me is the peak of Kendrick Lamar,
Right.
because I felt like it was complicated, but it was simple. It just combined all the elements, and he's doing some of his best rapping on there to me. But yeah, I think Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers is a great therapy album. It's a very introspective record for you to You know, it's a lot. It's touching on so many things that's so important to all of us, and I think that will age very well
Yeah.
long term. I think it's going to age well, and people will go back to that and be like, damn, this shit was jamming in retrospect. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I think it was made to age well. I thought Damn was just instantly just gone. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna
Right.
age well, and it's just right now. So for
Right.
you to have heard that, I think To Pimp a Butterfly and Good Kid was kind of like that for me too. You know, but I think To Pimp a Butterfly will probably age is more of a like how Mr. Morale is, but just a better album to me. They age better because To Pimp a Butterfly aged better than when it first came out to a lot of people.
Right. Word up. Wrapping up the charts. 81, Ho Phase Drake, last week 56, peak position 22, 3 weeks on the chart. 82, Rethink Some Things, Luke Combs. Last week 89, peak position 46, 10 weeks on the chart. 83, Mexico Honey, Casey Musgraves, new entrant. 84, Willing and Able, Noah Kaham, last week 86, peak position 26, 6 weeks on the chart. 85, Something to Lose, new entrant, Stella Lefty featuring Vincent Mason. 86, Rein Me In, Sam Fender and Olivia Dean. Olivia Dean's all over these charts still. She's all over these charts, man. Last week, 88, peak position 64, 11 weeks on the chart. 87, Porch Light, Noah Kahan. Last week, 84, peak position 20, 12 weeks on the chart. 88, Hostage, Lotto featuring 21 Savage, new entrant. 89, Mr. Know-It-All, Teddy Swims. Last week, 99, peak position 76, 77 weeks on the chart. And 90, Pinky Up, Cat's Eye. Last week, 92, peak position 28, 7 weeks on the chart. We got Hostage right here, Lotto featuring 21 Savage coming in at number 88. I know you love this project.
Well, no, I didn't love that project, but I did say that was one of the only songs that I rocked with on the project. Salute to Lotto, salute to 21 Savage. God bless them for bringing a joy into the world. Their child is so much better than this album ever will be. But yeah, this is not her best work. But salute to her for doing her thing and continuing to hold it down for the A. That's where I come from, you know what I mean? So I want her to be successful. I want her to win. Though I'm not a fan of this project, it's happy to see that song in there because that's to me that's one of the better songs on the whole thing. I said that when we was talking about it.
Word up. And number 91, Think As You Drunk. Think As You Drunk. I like that title. Riley Green, new entrant. 92, Fort Worth, Drake featuring Party Next Door. Last week 70, peak position 36, 3 weeks on the chart. 93, Damned If I Do, Vincent Mason. Last week 98. At least you guys get to see what I'm dealing with. Damned If I Do, Vincent Mason. Last week, 98, peak position 89, 4 weeks on the chart. 94, Slap the City, Drake and Kendressa. Last week, 79, peak position 39, 3 weeks on the chart. 95, Firm Friends, Drake. Last week, 69, peak position 31, 3 weeks on the chart. 96, end of August, Noah Kahan. Last week, 91, peak position 14, 6 weeks on the chart. 97, High Fives, Drake. Last week, 77, peak position 43, 3 weeks on the chart. 98, Suburban, Tucker Wetmore, re-entry, peak position 93 2 weeks ago. 99, Empty Words, Corey Kent, re-entry, peak position 97 2 weeks ago. And number 100, American Cars, Noah Kahan. So much country all over this chart.
Shout out to the country brothers and sisters. So, it would be nice. I love to see black people doing country music. It'd be nice to get us in there somewhere. I don't think I've seen nobody look like me and you, Justin, on there, but I would love to see that. That would be nice. Get us in there. You know what I mean? Get us up in there. Get us off in the charts. Let's support some of that. You know what I mean?
Right. We were talking about the fall off is currently number 156 on the album charts, by the way. So it's still on the charts. Hanging on.
I think he was successful.
Well, without question, yeah. I mean, look, it's
album. He called it. Yeah, he called it the fall off, and that's what he wanted. I think that's exactly what he's doing.
Right? Yeah, he was on point, brand tight.
Well, yeah, he did that. He did that. He's somewhere chilling, no pressure to do anything. But knowing the mind of a successful artist, he'll be back with something. It's just ego.
I think the music is fine. I think what really made me look at him wild was that press run. There isn't a week that goes by in my mind that I'm just like, I can't believe J. Cole did that. Like the stuff he was saying on that, like the number of, it just made me look at him so differently. You know, I listen to his music and I get one point of view perspective on how his mind works. And then I listen to these interviews and it's like a whole different one. You know, it's totally different. It hits me completely differently than what I hear in the music a lot of times.
Do you think that who's to blame for that? Do you think that's him or you?
I don't know if it's who's to blame for that? Is it him or me?
Yeah, like just in general, when we have these preconceived notions about people that the music that we listen to, and we think that an artist is one way. Chat, y'all ask me. I mean, y'all ask too. I want to see what y'all have to say. But is it our fault because we put certain expectations on these artists, or is it their fault for presenting themselves in a way that doesn't match up with who they really are?
In this case, I would say that's more on J. Cole to me, you know, because my notions of the things that felt off to me about his press run were because they were contradictory to things that are happening in his music. My man's been rapping about how great he is forever. Then he sits down on the couch and says he doesn't believe he's the greatest. You know, like, I mean, he says, you thought that's what I meant. That's not what I meant. I knew I wasn't going to go kill him. I knew these guys I understand that this is his way of complimenting people. But you don't hear that. Like, we have a Nick Grant clip we're going to play here in a second. Nick Grant does not have that issue, right? That to me is weird. You know, someone who is describing Drake and Kendrick as his brothers, how much he loves them, almost as if that's his drop. Like at the beginning of every J. Cole song, it's almost like there's a drop that says, I love Kendrick and Drake. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, for him to sit on Cam and say that he feels like Del Curry, and this is a guy who puts together amazing metaphors throughout his career, and sat there and said, you know, I've thought about this for a while, the only way I can describe it. I've thought about this for a while. The only way I can describe it is that these two guys I love are my sons. You know what I'm saying? Like, and not think about how that connects. I think that is J. Cole. Now, and the reason why I say that is because he is extremely thoughtful in his music. And this, truthfully to me, is at this point in time where people are waiting to hear, like, probably the most thoughtful way he can describe the most significant thing that's happened in hip-hop this century, arguably, you know. And that's what he came out with. I think that's more him.
That's on him.
It's not like he hadn't had time to get these thoughts together. You know what I'm saying? He had plenty of time to get these thoughts together of how he was going to do this. You know,
See,
and so even the anecdote, and I'll say this one last thing real fast. Even with the anecdote he talked about with Cam, about, hey, I'm going to come on your podcast, and how he just kept kicking that can down the road, and then Cam had to file a lawsuit to get communication. That to me is part of what I'm seeing here. Even the part when he was talking about his reaction after Like That dropped, and his first reaction was, man, not now, dog. Not now. You know what I mean? Like, I think he thinks all of this stuff is a game. Like, the way he talks about this isn't the level of seriousness that I thought he was taking everything within his music. And that, to me, is unique. Like, the stuff I have with Drake, for example, I think is more me. And I'll be honest. Like, I feel like here's this person who has an amazing ability to connect, who has way more experiences in his life that are right there to share, that just seems to not do it. You know, someone who has a career that started off in acting and understands how storytelling goes and understands all the ways a story can be told. He's just kind of choosing to do first person, me kind of approach things. I think all of that stuff is me, and that's based off sensibilities that I have. I don't get mixed messaging when I listen to Drake. The only time I get mixed messaging when I listen to Drake is when he talks about black people. That's the only thing that feels weird. But everything else to me is like in line with who he is and in line with his interviews. So the critiques I have on Drake are coming from a me standpoint. J. Cole stuff, I think most of my critiques for J. Cole, like the ones I have now, come from the combination of the music he has put out throughout the course of his career, and then these last interviews that everything, truthfully, almost everything that's happened since the battle, right? And so I think that's the difference between those two.
Yeah, I think I'm always looking at myself in any situation. So whenever I form an opinion of someone just in general, even in their music, and they prove themselves to not be what I thought they was, I'm just of the mindset to always look at myself that I got fooled by that. That's on me. So I understand where you coming from, but just the way, and I see some of the people in the chat saying it's their fault. Just the way that I am at this point in my life, it's so easy for me to push blame on somebody else. I consider myself I should be able to see through whatever I'm hearing to know that this person is one way, not the other way. I should know that, especially when you talk about anything in media, a lot of people do things because it serves them fiscally and financially, right?
Right.
So when they do, he may understand his audience and know that who he is personally does not really align with the audience anymore. You know, it's very rare that you have, like our situation here, you know, a lot of my perspective, sometimes it goes against what people might say or want to hear in the chat. But that's why this is a dynamic platform, because we are allowing different perspectives to collide so that we can all grow and hear the other side. And you allow me to do that, and you guys show up for me to do that as well. So, and we're basically funded by the people here. Y'all are funding our show. You know what I'm saying? In J. Cole's situation, he's been funded by a corporation. You know what I'm saying? And so being funded by that corporation, you start to do things or say things because you want to continue with the funding. You know, you talk about Vince Staples. The corporation he was with was not going to fund what he had to say in the messaging that he was trying to do it.
That's because he ain't talking like Boots Riley.
So what I'm saying to you is, Cole understand certain things that needs to be a certain way for his community, but when he sits down and having a conversation, he might have a totally different outlook on some things, and I think that's where the backtracking happens. Because as a man, he feels one way, and as an MC, he feels a totally different way. Whereas you got somebody like, I think Kendrick or even Drake. Kendrick is Kendrick in real life and on the record. That's how he is. You know what I'm saying? Actually, he's a little bit more. He's a little bit more. He talks more on the songs than he does just talking in person. You know what I'm saying? He's very conscious of what comes out of his mouth. Drake, that's what you're getting. Like, hey, I want your baby mama. We going to the Barbados. We getting this. We getting the drink that I want. Hey, she look good. I'm taking her to Turks. We just took off on the plane. You know what I mean? I think that's who he is. You know, I don't think he's been trying to be anything other than himself. And even in the things that he's uncomfortable with being in Black culture, I understand that, because from my understanding, he didn't spend a significant amount of time with growing up in certain places. You know, he wasn't really around that. So you could see he's not comfortable with, he's Canadian, you know what I'm saying? So he's being himself on the record. So when he said something, you like, did he just say beat you like slaves? Like, what is it? As a Black man, did he just that type of shit? But he didn't see nothing wrong with that because of how he grew up, and that's really how he probably would communicate in a conversation.
Is that you putting that on Drake?
Oh, I'm just I don't know that.
Right, but that's what I mean. Like this is something that's happening in a real time moment. That, like, you know, for example, I acknowledge that the things that my critiques on Drake are things I'm putting on Drake.
Yeah, that's me. That's me doing that.
Right, because like I also don't know, because, you know, to say it's like, oh well, you know, he grew up like this, he doesn't know. He's a 40-year-old man at this point. these things are happening more. They're not happening less. Like at some point, it's like, that's how I look at it. But that's me putting on that, right? And then at the same time, you have people who say, well, he's not from here, he's from Canada, he's young or whatever. And I think that's also them putting that on that. My challenge, my baseline when it comes to all these conversations is that we're dealing with people who work words for a living. They legitimately sell words. They sell language. That is that is at the foundation of the product and the reason why we know them. And so I take them seriously. And, a lot of times people let me know all the time that I should not do that. I should not take these people who sell words for a living seriously. And I just can't get on board with that.
It's a certain level of comfort that you obtain when you reach a level, when you get successful. And I think he's just comfortable, and in certain circumstances, he's just comfortable in his success, and things come out that maybe wasn't thought through by his personal infrastructure. And maybe if he had people like such as myself and you inside of the circle, then he probably would think about that. Because if I heard that song and I'm managing him, I'm like, nah, champ, you can't do that one. Nah. That one ain't gonna fly, light skin. That one ain't gonna fly, baby. We gotta let's walk that one back. That's what I would say. And maybe somebody said it, but I definitely would say that.
So yeah, some people, look, and then also too, some people just have a different value system, and I think that's something that should be on the table as well, and not necessarily that it's enough to vote everybody off the island, and push people away from being fans. But I understand when it does. You know what I'm saying? Because like you were talking about yesterday, I think Dame was talking about this during the Lizzo conversation yesterday after you got off the phone. There are people who are just going to like you because they like you. And there's going to be people who don't just because they don't. It doesn't matter how good your art is. It doesn't matter how awesome your product is. People are just not going to like you, or they just are going to like you based off of who you are and who you present to be, And so
I think people that are really interested in understanding the conversations around these artists should do something. This is something I implore everybody to do. Probably they're not gonna want to do it, but I know show tickets are very expensive, but everybody, maybe we can afford to pay for some parking, right? Whenever these artists come to your town, you should go park and just walk around and see who's at the shows. So you go to a Drake show, see what the crowd is like. What's the crowd there like? What's the age? What's the demographic? You go to a Kendrick show, do the same thing. What's the demographic here? You go to J. Cole show. What's the demographic? And then once you see that demographic, when you hear certain conversations across social media, when you can't see who's behind these titles or names up here, then you start to understand why certain perspectives come out and certain people feel a certain way when it comes to an artist. You start to be like, oh, okay, I see what's going on. Because as I said, when I went to the Drake show, I was thrown aback at how young it was. The same thing, like you go to a Taylor Swift show, it's very young girls at that show. You go to a Beyonce show, very large community, homosexual community, a lot of women, a lot of dudes there with their girls. You go to a Usher show, a lot of females, girl night. It's like a lot of groups of 7 different girls. You know what I'm saying? You go see Backstreet Boys, a lot of older white women. You get to see who are the super fans. You get to actually see it. So then you can have an intelligent response to when you hear somebody speaking about their artist. So if you hear somebody online saying something, going at Justin in the comments, you stupid, you don't know nothing about Drake, you're an idiot, you buster. If you go to the show, you realize that a lot of the fans are 17, 18, then you understand why the music is a certain type of way. Whereas you go to if you went to the Mr. Morale and the Big Stepper situation, you seeing like, damn, okay, like you see shit differently.
Yeah.
When I used to go around to game shows, he has a very large Mexican fan base. You know what I'm saying? So when we were doing songs like we did like El Chapo and these different songs, I wouldn't have understood that or why we're doing that record till I'm at that show to see, this is, and that ended up being one of his bigger songs later on in his career as for streaming, because and when he performs that, they go absolutely crazy because it's a lot of Hispanics at the shows. You know what I'm saying? But you wouldn't know that if you just thinking of Game, the documentary Game, So
Right.
these fan bases determine the narrative that's going around about these artists, and I would our audience, Culture United, Third Verse, Company Man Channel, I want us to be at an elevated place of understanding. I want us to understand why these narratives go around about these artists more so than you just go to some of these other places. I'd rather us have a small community of motherfuckers that's right up here than us have the biggest community of people that are idiots. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather go when we actually go to city and we get to that level. I'd rather us do places where it's only 1,500 or 1,000 people in there that got their shit together up here than us to go somewhere and have 100,000 people that are completely brain dead and useless. That's my point of view.
One of my favorite Lupe Fiasco lines, because it's harder to be a Lupe stan. No, he says.
Whew.
No, he goes, because it's harder to be a Lupe fan. Go to Harvard to be a Lupe stan. I love that line. What were Lil Xan's fan base like? What was his audience like?
Young white girls, very young. That was his thing. And they were serious about him at the time. Just like Cole Lyrical Lemonade fans when we do the festival, and like Cole became like a superstar, and so it's just like you seeing a lot of younger white boys that probably 14 to like 26. A lot of young white boys that kind of like was on into that music. You go to a Playboy Cardi concert, you would be surprised at how many white kids are in that audience. There's so many young white boys out there. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't say the manosphere guys, but they rock with Playboy Cardi. It's more white kids that go to a Playboy Cardi show than black people for sure. Whereas you go to NBA YoungBoy show, it's all young black kids. I'm talking about from like 14 to 27. You know what I'm saying? Like it's majority all. He probably has the blackest fan base in hip hop right now because he got the youth in a smash as far as us is concerned. He got it. You know what I mean? I'm talking about the young people. Kendrick has a lot of white people that go to those shows. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot. He has a large group of white folks. Not as much as Drake. He has the more like educated, elevated thought type of people. But you go to a Drake concert, it's very young. A lot of young girls at the show.
It was really interesting going to the Bully show at SoFi, because the last time I was at SoFi before that was GNX. Mm-hmm. And Kendrick and SZA had a whole lot more black people at that show than Ye did.
Yes.
That Ye show was not very
good.
And that was shocking to see, because I haven't been to a Ye show in. When's the last time? Well, I went to Sunday service up in Calabasas, which was very diverse. Very, even black, even the attendees were black. You know what I mean? Away from just the choir. Then probably maybe Yeezus is the last time I went, and the Yeezus show had a bunch of black people there. This the Ye show I just saw.
We have not forgiven him, Justin.
And also he's still selling out a football stadium. You know what I'm saying?
and you the blackest thing in there.
For real. Oh my God. It was just
we have not forgiven
pepper
him.
specks, flakes of pepper, just lightly doused.
Dog, the last time I seen Kanye was when in live he did Niggas in Paris with Jay-Z. They was at the Staples Center. The last show I went to. And I remember him on stage say, "It's okay, white people, y'all can say it tonight." And when I tell you, it's like I've never seen so many white people say nigga. I was like, oh, I got to go ahead and check out. It's going crazy up in here. It's wild.
Wow.
It was wild. It was wild. It was wild. But yeah, Kanye is completely over there. You know what I'm saying? And they have they're a lot more forgiving than we are on certain shit. And I don't think us maybe I'm speaking in general, maybe I don't know.
Wait, who's more
black
forgiving?
Folks?
No,
well,
I'm saying but like what part of Ye's fan base has to be forgiving?
The people that's going to pay for that show. I'm saying
we ain't. The show's not good.
Yeah, no, I'm saying we're not at the show.
Oh no. I guess the question I'm asking is, what community has Ye offended that still goes to his shows?
White folks.
How long ago did Ye offend white people?
Well, he just George
Bush don't care about white people. About black people was 20 years ago.
Well, yeah, but they still came
25
back.
25 years ago. Like,
they still came back. We ain't back.
Because he has been catering to them since, 2008?
and Justin, judging by the people that was at that show, it works.
Real fast. Let's put these offenses in next to each other. What was really the offense?
What was
calling white people racist, right? White people hate to be called racist. The worst thing in the world to them. They're more upset about being called racist than racism. Okay.
Yes.
And so the implication that George Bush, their president, didn't like black people because he was leaving people to die in the Superdome, and taking a microphone from Taylor Swift. If you can connect that to the
that's
things
on
that
there.
He's done to black community, thinks he's.
What do you do to black
70s.
folks? What do you do to black folks? Give us a list.
Empowered white supremacists.
Ooh, that's big. It's big.
It's real.
And okay, Mike Tyson with the you got to ease into that one. You gonna go? That's the first one.
That's what he did.
What did he do? What did he do to the niggas? He sponsored the KKK.
Basically, that's what he did. That's essentially what he did. So it's one of those things. Like it's like that. Gosh, what was that song called? It's like the LL Cool J song "Accidental Racist," where he's talking about if you could accept my do-rag, I could accept your white hat, your white hood, or whatever. That was crazy.
He said that?
Yeah, it was like that song he did with a country artist, and was that 2013? Exit 13? I think it's on Exit 13.
Who said that?
LL Cool J.
For real?
Yeah.
Oh, he's LA Whack J for that.
That was whack. It was like that. It's the Joyner Lucas song. When Joyner Lucas was sitting down rapping with the guy in the MAGA hat, and you listen to the things that they complain about, and the black person, Joyner things he was complaining about are injustice and segregation, and things the white guy was complaining about were, I don't like the way you wear your pants. You know what I'm saying? It's like the balance of issues here is part of the challenge. And so I get it. Yeah, white people still like Ye, and I feel like they got plenty of reasons. That's not surprising at all. I'm not sure he's really offended them.
Well, they're at the show.
Exactly.
I
wonder how many Jewish people are at the show though. That's difficult to tell.
They're not. I don't think they're at the show. I don't think they're at the show. That song alone that they took off the streaming platform. Do you know how bad a controversial song has to be to get pulled off Spotify? Do you know the artists and some of the terrible things that have been done throughout history? We're talking about murderers that have songs that are on Spotify and streaming services. For you to have a song taken off of all streaming platforms, that's a special type of censorship that I don't think anyone has had happen to them. I can't think of a modern song that has been released that they don't put up there. It's kind of like, to me, it's like Walmart.com. Walmart.com is this place where you can make fake anything and they'll put it up there for sale. You can make like a fake Balenciaga shoes in your house and they'll sell it. They don't care if it's real or not. You know, they were selling the fake Birkin bags. That's kind of like how that's kind of like these DSPs. That's how they are with music. That's why they don't care about AI music. They'll put anything up there because it's just about the bottom line. But for you to make a song as he did, that is so crazy that they won't put it up from somebody like him, that's a special type of censorship. That's a special type of horribleness in a record. You know what I mean? That's he did something that I don't think I've ever seen before. That's never happened. Can you think of another song that they've canceled like that? If you can in the chat, if y'all got one too.
Excuse me, not off top.
I can't think of any at all.
You want to get some super chats?
Absolutely.
All right, we got super chats. Up first, we got GS Photo 1. I just want to let you guys know how much I'm enjoying the third verse. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you so much.
Man, we appreciate you. We enjoying your company, and thanks for showing love. I promise you guys, when y'all do the super chats, this is strictly for the production of this show and what we're doing. We're hoping to get to a place where we can give back to y'all. If it was free for us to do this show, it's definitely not free because we've spent our own money and time. You know what I'm
we have to schedule this members only stream.
I'm ready to do it.
Yeah, I think we'll talk about this and let's lock this in. That's the stuff that we can do, and I want to make sure that we do that.
Yeah, tell me the time so I can do it during this time. I'm supposed to go to the dentist. We should do it like whenever I got to go to the dentist. We should do it. I don't have fake teeth, by the way. Somebody said this is my real teeth. Somebody said I got veneers. They said you and Justin got fake teeth.
I don't have fake teeth.
We got real teeth. Yeah, I had Invisalign. I got real teeth over here, champ. So get out of here. Yeah.
Because our skin's so dark, it just makes teeth look so.
That's what it is. Your teeth so white. No, my skin's so black.
That ain't nothing but colorism right there. Don't be talking to us like that. That's messed up. You're from the South, man. Don't do that. Big shout out to K-Way for real. He says, we're at an all-time low on all levels. The expectations of music, movies, entertainment, education, love, etc. is all in the gutter. YM is nothing more than a Diddy apologist, scamming folk while drunk off Diddy milk. Oof. Oof. Diddy apologist scamming folks while drunk off Diddy milk.
Well, okay, wait. I'm gonna say this. The point of entry is a lot lower. Yeah, it's kind of gross. But what K-Way was going on is the point of entry now is very low. So if anyone that can if you can get a smartphone, you can literally go and say what you want to say, and that could be you're in the media instantly. You're a content creator if you have a phone and you put stuff on video. So when you talk about the creativity, we're getting so much more from people that aren't as talented as or don't have anything to offer. You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna talk about third verse for a situation. You talk about Justin Hunte, one of the leading journalists in like an icon in what he does as for the journalistic field in hip hop media, and pushing and like really led the how we take in media today. This was a Justin Hunte concept well before people were doing it in video, vlogging, and because traditionally this was all written stuff, we would have to read it. That somebody was pushing that forward, and he was one of the people doing that, and people thought he was an idiot for doing that. And it's something that he had to actually fight to make happen, which is the norm now. And then also another thing that he did, which he never talks about, but the idea of things going on during an interview. Whereas like our interview that we did, we literally in an office setting where people are working. That was unheard of. It had to be perfect. No, quiet on the set. That was something that Justin brought to the game, amongst all other things that he did, album critiquing and all these other things. Okay, you take DJ Mormile. You talking about close to well over 100 million records sold. Been in this industry well over 20-something years. You know what I mean? On some A&R shit, probably has had more out. Has impacted more things that you guys could even come to even realize the things he's been a part of, because we just don't. He doesn't sit around just talk about the things he's done. He's not. That's not who he is. But I mean, this guy is and has always been at the center of this industry since he's been in it. You know what I mean? Phenomenal talent at what he does, bringing people together. Some of your favorite songs, this guy is the reason that they happened. The last hour pushing albums through. I mean, 50 Cent, Eminem, I can go on for days. I don't have to do that with him. And his management, that's a whole nother thing. Me, I feel like I am the knife that the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts have. I have done everything in entertainment and have made it in here. I started out as a rapper. No, maybe I didn't blow up like y'all wanted me to, but I was successful, and that led to me being a ghostwriter, writing for everyone. Then that led to me being a manager. Then that led to me having my own production company, signing artists, putting them out. And then it also led to me partnering with Cole and building literally, I feel like, the MTV of his time in Lyrical Lemonade, working with everyone over there. And I was a part of working with him and being blessed. And what I'm saying to you is, going back to your original point, is we didn't just pick up our phones and start a conversation. When we sit up here and speak, we're speaking from perspective of experience and the things that we went through. There are other situations when he's saying is the reason why you say stuff is so low, because some people will just pick up their phone and just be like, you know what, hip hop sucks. You know what, these labels don't know what they talk about. Never been in a label. Oh man, that song's trash. Never wrote a song. Never sat with an artist. Don't understand the process of making a song. Don't understand. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know what when somebody tells me I don't know what I'm talking about about rap music, that's because you don't understand my history. How can I not know what I'm talking about when I contribute to the history of some of it? And some of the songs that you sit around and love, I helped write them, unbeknownst to you. So you can't tell me, oh, Justin don't know what he's talking about. This dude is a beast. You know what I'm saying, in this media shit. Are you kidding me? He will argue you under the table. It's not an easy thing to sit across from him and disagree. I do it regularly 2 times a week, sometimes 3. That's not easy, guys. This is a very smart dude I'm matching wits with. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I argue with DJ. It's not easy to be swashbuckling with these swordsmen out here. You know what I'm saying? This is not easy work. So yeah, the barrier of entry is very low because anybody can do it. But there are some people that are qualified, and we happen to be that. Not to toot our own horn. Sorry, Justin. I had to get that off real quick. Niggas think we just woke up and said, "Let's just do third verse." No, absolutely not. I've been in this shit over 20 years, and Justin's been in here damn near as long as me.
Yeah, man, that's really nice, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, man. And you're 100% right. We are people with reps. Stat DJ Jones, we have reps, we have experience, we have successes, we have failures, we have things that we've innovated on, we have things that we haven't really even shared with the world yet until we started doing this. You know what I mean? So
absolutely.
I think that people should keep that in mind when they think about the third verse, because we're speaking from a place of love, care, and experience.
When people tell me, you in your 40s, you don't know nothing about young rap. The biggest thing of my career was with young rap. All the rappers that I was fucking with was 19, 20, 21. All these motherfuckers was young as hell.
It's still. So you get up at 3 a.m. now looking at all the new young rappers coming out.
That's all I do is listen to. Every morning I'm listening to try to find. I'm looking for y'all. I'm actively looking for the next. Every morning I hope and pray to find something that is going to be the next thing. I have not found it, but I'm looking. I'm not giving up hope.
Next one comes from Beach Boy Dre Beats. Ain't no excuse for a dude who grew up saying the hard ER, I hang with Hell's Angels, and who had on blackface. He telling us who he really is, and we ignoring. Ain't ain't nobody that oblivious. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's a grown person. These things are getting worse over time. They're getting worse over time.
You think maybe the disdain he had for his father growing up, maybe that contributed to some of the things of let's get in there. Let's go in there. I like to hear that.
I would love to hear him rap about it. I think he's got all the words in the world he can use. You know, words are free. Put them in a row and let's talk about it if that's a thing. Yeah. Because that's my other, and that's where, again, this is why these are things that I know that I'm putting on him, right? Because I'm looking at this, to take this conversation for example. I have these thoughts. I would like to know these things, but his approach to music is narrow and I don't say shallow, but not deep. You know what I'm saying? In terms of like things in that direction that he's willing to express. When it comes to love, when it comes to success, when it comes to like him conquering beating failure or being successful, those kind of things, I think he is much more prolific in those directions. But yeah, I think that's a fantastic song. We could hypothesize all day what it is, but this is someone who's put out 15 albums. Like, should we be asking these questions 20 years in?
Well, maybe the larger portion of his audience does not want to hear him talk about that, so he takes that
100%. That's exactly what it is. And,
that's exactly.
And perhaps the larger percent of his audience wants to hear him talk about whipping American slaves. We know Ye's does. Ye's audience wants to hear that.
Hey, yo, man. Yo, dog. Flag on the. Hey, dog. Next super chat. I don't want to hear this dude.
This one is from Beach Boy by Dre Beats again. He says, songs like Die Hard, These Walls, and Rio by Kendrick should have been on the radio. Those songs have grown folks two-step vibes. Stat, we need you to talk to Dot about allowing these songs to breathe. These Walls was on the radio. That was a single that came off that album.
Yeah,
it just didn't perform like that. Die Hard has a video, so I think that was a single too. Rio, I don't think had a shot at going to the radio.
So the masses control what goes. You know, I think when Khaled rolled out that song, I Took the Keys to the Maybach or whatever, it was probably one of the biggest rollouts for a song ever. I think Jay-Z was on that song. It was Future or whatever. It was huge. I think, was it Beyonce? It was some song. One of them songs. And when I tell you, they shut it down. They had these exclusives on iHeart. They did everything. They put all this money behind it. And that thing fell down faster than me at a Sade concert. You know what I'm saying? That song fell down so quick, and it just didn't sit up there. My point is, the people decide what is going to perform on that radio or perform, even in streaming. You can manipulate the charts as much as you want, but one thing I can say, they're not going to keep you in certain playlists unless it's performing. So if that algorithm is going to kick you out, that's just how it is, and that's kind of like what it is with the radio. They're not going to keep playing you, and then people are turning the station off, right. And the radio's having a hard enough time. And Spotify's not going to leave you, or Apple's not going to leave you up if every time they put your song on the playlist, people leave the app. You know, that's why podcasting, these things are super important to these companies, because you guys been rocking with us for 3 hours now. It's about we do this for 4 hours every week. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That YouTube, this is live content. So when y'all are over here with us, this is stopping y'all from being over somewhere else. Y'all ain't on Netflix for that time. Y'all over here rocking with us. So they deem that to be important. So what they do is they'll put the best ads or shit like that. Just the same thing with Spotify. They'll put you in the best places on the playlist because you perform. If you don't perform, you're not there. You know what I mean? Like Mr. Beast gets better ads than we do. It's not even close. He gets better placement. He gets better advertisement for his show than we do because we're not on that level. So same thing when you talk about Drake or even Kendrick, when they say, "Oh, they cheating for Drake." No, they have a larger base of people, just like Kendrick Lamar, than let's say Nick Grant. So they're gonna put more Drake or Kendrick songs on the chart. Not to say Nick Grant is not special or JID is not special. It's just how it works. So that's kind of like how that moves and grooves.
It's all happening.
Exactly.
Big shout out to K-Way for real. He says, "Good to see you awake, Stat. I was gonna give you a cocaine protein shake to wake you up."
Hey, listen. It wasn't that what he was saying that was making me sleepy. It was how he was saying it. It's just that monotone. I wasn't expecting that because I had seen him in another interview, so I thought he came in a little bit more. Maybe he heard about the Culture United. He came for more of an intelligent conversation. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying Breakfast Club is a little bit more amped. Different.
Sergio says, "Yo, Stat, random question, but what's up with Obi Trice? You still keep in touch with him?"
I've not talked to Obi for a long time. Obi had an incident, and that's the last time I reached out to him. He got shot in the head on the highway, but he survived. But I just remember that's crazy. I remember telling him, like, dog, they trying to kill you for real. Not too many people get shot at on the expressway. I mean, because your chances of hitting them. I'm like, who you had after you? Like, that had to be like one of them. What's the executioner or fucking? Yeah. You gotta be a real assassin to be trying. And then the hit him. He got shot in the head on the highway. You know how fast we're going.
You're right.
You know, like this dude had a marksman after him
and survived. Yeah.
In Detroit.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the last time I spoke to him. Obi Trice is super talented lyricist. One of the first guys when I signed my deal, he put me on a song. It's called "Stay Bout It." We performed that actually at Madison Square Garden when I was on that anger management tour. It was one of the songs I came out with. So shout out to him for even showing me love and doing that for me. He's a real dude. He's always been a good guy, good person, and incredible, phenomenal lyricist. And I'm happy he survived. So shout out Obi Trice. And thanks for that question too. Haven't said his name in years.
That's always one of the most odd stats that I've thought about from an executive standpoint is that, like Paul Rosenberg or Shady had signed 3 people who got shot in the head. Like you got 50, you got Obi, and you got Conway.
Proof.
He got shot. Well, I mean, I guess shot in the head and survived.
That survived. Okay.
Yeah, like that. I mean, just in general, when I think of people getting shot in the head, I don't think about people surviving. And there's 3. Yeah. You know what I mean? That is such a crazy thing.
Yeah, man.
All incredibly talented.
Yeah, shout out to Paul Rosenberg, man, the GOAT.
Yeah, definitely. Crazy eye for talent. Crazy eye for
stupid.
Talent. Next one we got is Teresa says, "Can we admit Little Mama's stage bomb is legendary?"
Iconic. I just watched it the other day.
It's so good.
And just looking at how uncomfortable Jay-Z was.
Right.
It makes me happy every time.
Right.
He's just looking like one of the best parts of it is when Beyonce's trying to grab her to stop her from going on the stage.
Right. And she's like, "Nah, I'm doing this."
She didn't give a damn. She did not give a damn. Shout out to her for doing that, dog. That is forever classic.
She's like, "I'm from New York too. I'm from New York too."
Damn.
Never heard from her again.
Hey, yo, I want to know people that I want to talk to some men that have married women from New York. A lot of women from New York do not play that. It gets spicy up there, dog. You live there.
Yeah.
Have you ever dated a woman from New York?
Several.
Is it a little spicy?
It's definitely direct.
Yeah, it's definitely
direct.
There's no roundabout talking when it comes to that.
It's all about efficiency.
Yeah, it's straight to it.
And urgency. That's what New York is about. Efficiency and urgency. But it's something we're going to get to it right now. You know
straight to it.
Yeah.
Straight to it.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, my parents are from New York, so, that's the household I was raised in. that same type of energy. Brittany Danielle says, Stat is a 12-year-old.
Am I 12?
I don't know what this is from. This has been here for a minute. I'm not sure where this came from.
Well, and listen, if you saying that's how I look, I'll take it. I
Look
do
at
have
you,
these.
all the cream.
These,
Maybe that's
these
what
boys,
it is.
It's that melanin.
Yeah, that's what that is.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll take that.
Miss Hummers says, shout out to Miss Hummers. She says, Justin, can you ship my merch already? I think we have a couple merch things we have to ship.
We got you, Miss Hummers. We working it out. Shout out to you. Hey, yo, check her vlog out. Her YouTube channel. Is that a vlog? Did you call it that?
It's a stream. It's a show.
Yeah, check her show out. I was in there. I didn't want to just blow up the spot, but she is dope. Check her out, man. Miss Hummers, we appreciate your support. We support you right back. I consider you, K-Way, and everybody in here, Lord Sirot, Shy Knows, everybody that's in the chat. We all together. So whatever y'all got, if y'all doing something, anybody that takes the time to give us a super chat, go ahead. Whatever you got that you promote, put it in there. Anybody that's in this chat that rock with us, what are you doing? I want to know what you're doing. Do you make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? I'll buy you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I want to be able to support what you're doing. I want to hurry up and get Miss Hummus and K-Way. I want to get them monetized so I can go on there and get my super chat on. You know what I'm saying? So I can chat back. You know what I mean? Bang, bang. So I could be a member and be like, where my hummus shirt at? My nigga. You know what I'm saying? Want to get y'all right there. I'm going to get my hummus merch, my Shy Nose hat. You know what I'm saying? I need all that. So we got to hurry up and get these people monetized so I can support back. So anybody in here that's doing something, that y'all got something going on, I want to support y'all too. Let's go.
It's all happening. Omar Boss says Drake has album of the year. I think that at the end of the year, he's going to be at the top of a lot of lists. I definitely think that's going to happen. And from a quality standpoint this year, he's not my album of the year in terms of like what I want to hear. And also, I personally, when I think of Iceman, not even just the other two, the Iceman stuff, there is a really great 6 or 7 songs on there, right? But just the sheer conversation around this, in a lot of people's minds, a return to form for Drake. The success of this album. He's got his first multiple week number one, first 3-week number one album, first 2-week number one single in 8 years. This will be the biggest conversation at the end of the year. I think they're going to have this. There's going to be an album that tops the list. And again, that's all predicated on whether or not Kendrick drops, you know what I mean? Because there's speculation that he might. Future's still on the horizon. I think there's speculation Jay-Z's on the horizon. I'm sure there's a bunch of surprises. I wouldn't be surprised if Tyler drops again. He drops every year. He's always dropping. I wouldn't be surprised if Tyler shows up again. I think this Vince Staples project is going to live with a lot of people. But anybody who's saying Drake has album of the year right now, I might not agree, but I understand.
It all depends on criteria of what you judging it on. Like you said, Justin, it's like if you're judging it on success and being on the charts, yes. If you're judging it on creativity, absolutely not. He just did what he always does. If you're judging it on longevity, yes. To be 14 albums and still be doing what he's doing, yeah. But if you judging it on taking risks, absolutely not. In quality of compared to what everything else that he's done in his catalog, this is not album of the year for him. But so like you said, I'm right there with you. I'm agreeing. It all depends on when you make that statement. What's your criteria for that? That's what I want to know. Because if you're telling me if it's because it's the best music that he's made in his career, you're wrong. If you're telling me because he's still doing this and he's performing at a high clip to have put out this many projects, I'm like, okay, cool, I got you. That's a success. But Vince Staples, to me, and what I deem to be important, which is pushing the genre forward and to make a statement, he's the only person that has put something out from a mainstream level that took a risk this year. And for me, I'm going to call that album of the year. Not necessarily because when I go to the gym after we get off this chat that I'm about to go put it on and work out to it. No, but I definitely understand the importance of someone of his success to take that risk. Because I'm from Atlanta, I watch Andre, Outkast. I watch every time they put those albums out, they did something different.
Every time.
Every time they focus on a different. I think Kendrick Lamar kind of took that too. Does something different every time. You know, I think Dave was talking about that when they do albums. And so I respect that type of. It's a lot of risk that's associated with that. So that's where I would just be. That's me. That's my criteria, along with it being successful. So that's where I fall in line.
Word up. Shadno says rap album and song of the year so far.
She's asking what we think.
Yeah.
Rap album is to me is Vince Staples. Song, for me right now is Spin That. I think that's the first real hit, no fluff that we got that's gonna last for some months. I think Spin That is the song. Like what I've been asking for is what that song is. As soon as it come on, you know. There's no questioning that that's that. I don't care if you dislike it, it's a hit song. The hook, the callback part of it. Anytime you got a woman basically trying to get dudes to trick off on them on the song and you got men singing it, man, spin that shit. Spin that shit. When you can get dudes to come up out of their mouth talking about spending money on a woman, that's when you know you got a hit. And the way it moves is slow. It's not even fast like that. It's a hit. So they're my two. What you think?
I mean, Vince Staples, you know, with the statement that he made and the execution, because I can work out to that in the gym. I'm excited about my back getting better so I can go back to the gym. You know, my energy's been off for the past 2 weeks because I haven't been able to work out. I can just walk around and, you know, stay loose. I think I can listen to Vince Staples in the gym, you know. So I think even sonically, even if it's not something I normally, you know, would, it's not a genre of music that I reach to often on a regular basis. I think the music is strong enough there too. Isaiah Rashad's album is really amazing. That album is amazing. And so if there is competition for Vince Staples, it's between that and Isaiah Rashad. Because I think Isaiah Rashad's album is like really vulnerable and really introspective in a different kind of way. Right? Vince is, you know, astutely identifying, you know, all the ills of society. And Isaiah Rashad is astutely identifying all of the trappings of hedonism, you know what I mean? And so it's like, and just the music on that is just lush and layered and beautiful to me. And so those are my two albums. I'm not sure which one I'd pick. And I love that Nick Grant album too, just on some boom bap shit, but also, you know, if there's an album, I'm someone who really cares about quotables and bars, and that album has the most for me. I was talking about this on Culture United a couple of weeks ago. I was like, Isaiah Rashad opened one of his verses with, "You be fucking everybody when you on that powder, make you feel invincible." That is such a hard way to start a song, start a verse. It's crazy, like just a thought, and it's not direct in how it comes across, like the way the track is engineered. You know what I mean? It feels like just part of the broader production. I didn't even catch that he was saying that until like my 6th or 7th listen to that song, and then Nick Grant has a verse that starts with, "Look into my eyes and see the ghost of hoes who never got their way."
Whew.
Look into my eyes and see
Bars.
the ghost of hoes who never got their way. Like, I mean, crazy. You know what I'm saying? And so I would say right now it's between Vince, Isaiah, and Nick. Probably Vince and Isaiah, probably, ultimately. I'm not all the way sure that I've been living with Isaiah's for a while. I've got a week with Vince. But song is Body. Don Toliver Body is that's one of my favorite songs of all time. I don't know how long that list is, but I know that song is on it.
Hit record.
I love that song. That song.
Are you a dancer?
No.
Because I'm like, you definitely don't sound like you dance in the club. But I'm just saying, if you was in a club
I
when you
mean, I'll
start
two step.
grooving,
I'll two step. Yeah,
you got a little
I'm not afraid
two-step?
to move. Yeah, yeah. Look,
Okay.
as corny and awful and awkward as I might look dancing, I will dance. I'm not afraid to dance. But I feel like dancers are good at dancing, and I wouldn't necessarily say I'm good, but I have a good
I'm a
time.
chair dancer. Like I get my joint off in the chair. I get to rocking with my joint. You know what I'm saying? But when I stand up, it ain't the same. But when I'm in a chair, I'm one of the best chair dancers in the world, dog. Like if you see me in a chair, you think I really got my shit together. You know what I mean? But as soon as I get up, it's like, oh no, go sit back down, baby. But yeah, I think you right on Isaiah. That's an honorable mention for me because of everything that he has been through. When he went on that Breakfast Club, he was like, man, there's no book to describe a bisexual black man in America on how he's supposed to be. That like, I was like, damn, you know what I'm saying? That's a tough jacket to be walking around with, you know what I'm saying? Like, and how it came out with him, and everything that he went through, the things that I know he went through in trying to get this album out and the stuff that he was dealing with personally, not just that video, but just other demons that he was dealing with, Yeah. So for him to do his project, you gotta throw that in there as far as album of the year. And then how good it is and how layered the music is and the time they put into it. Yeah, but great question, Shano. Great question.
Yeah, that was awesome. This is the next one. Am I in the right order? Yeah, I am. So this one here is from Mrs. Coco Nash. Mrs. Coca Nash. Why doesn't Stat ever take into account Drake's radio play compared to GNX and others? He's about to go platinum in 3 weeks with no radio play.
Well, I do take into account his radio play. He's being played on the radio. Without it, that's why I said they serviced that record. He's being played. Okay, Drake brings eyeballs and ears to things. So as a corporation, you're gonna play Drake because he has a large fan base. So I do take that into account. I said he's the most successful rapper, maybe besides Eminem, that we've had in the history of. He's definitely the most successful streaming rapper of all time. So I take that into account. I never not say Drake is a bigger artist than Kendrick Lamar. That's why I said Drake shouldn't have engaged in the battle. But what Kendrick has done is tighten up that conversation. It was never a conversation about Drake being bigger. It was always a conversation Kendrick was better as an artist. But now that the battle has happened, you push Kendrick up closer where it was the gap was a lot larger as far as like being a bigger artist. But Kendrick did the Super Bowl by himself, dolo. That kind of pushes dude up. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. I definitely give Drake props. I mean, I have him in my top 10 artists of all time of rappers.
It's almost like Billboard doesn't want you to look at their content. Look how crazy this looks. Iceman, Thriller, #1s. Look at that. Just image-wise, that's crazy. That's crazy. I still can't get over him using the glove to throw up that sign.
but that's what.
Oh, it's crazy.
But that's why when we was talking about, we was having a conversation when DJ was on, when I was saying what he deems to be successful, this is something that he's hanging his hat on. So I'm not going to use his overall consumption as the bar for his success because he's not using that. This is what he's hanging his hat on. This was the most important thing based on his conversation that he wanted to accomplish, right? So I'm judging him on how many weeks is he going to stay on the chart with this album in comparison to GNX. You know what I'm saying? He's past J. Cole. Now let's see if he can stay up. I think it was 23 weeks when he come to Kendrick. And if he passes him, I'm like, yo, that was the most successful album to come out of the battle. Time is going to tell us that. But right now, Kendrick has that,
I saw a lot of reports initially on those first couple of weeks that there really wasn't any airplay. But let's see if we can find something here because I know that there's another question coming in that direction. Shinos, can you show the radio airplay chart for rap music? So let's see if we can find it.
I just saying, as me owning a company, Like this is me and Justin and DJ's property here. We talk about Drake on here because I push us to. If it was up to Justin, his name would never be anywhere. I push us to talk about it because it's important, because it's a part of hip hop. But so I'm imagining those radio stations are pushing these people to play this music. You know what I'm saying? Because it brings people out. It brings them out.
All right, let's see if we can find where's hip hop.
I think they make it complicated for you to navigate because they really don't want you to see the information.
I think so too.
Because it's fake.
R&B, airplay, country, gospel, Latin, mainstream, R&B. We're almost there. R&B, hip hop, airplay. All right, let's go see what this looks like. All right, so it's Billboard Pro. So let's see if there's a way around this. Let's see what that says. From there, let's see what this is.
Do.
All right, so this is an old chart that they have. I wonder if we can update this date. Here, I'll share the screen instead. So this is R&B hip hop airplay, but it's the week of March 21st. So this is pretty old here. But I wonder why this is the one that it brings up. Why is that the first one?
They don't want you to know, Justin.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Let me try this one more time because I'm curious about this. All right, so
they don't want us to know.
Mainstream R&B hip hop airplay. So let's see what that chart looks like. All right, so that's the current week. It looks like. Is that the current week? Yep, that's the current week. So let's see if that works over here.
Diplomatic immunity, Uckham. Started talking to me like I'm slowing down. Opinions over statistic for once.
Mainstream R&B hip hop airplay. What's the date on this? And this says May 27, 2023. Why is this? Maybe this is
Justin. They don't want you to see it, dog.
They don't want you to know.
They don't want you to listen. The more you hang around that page, bro, you gonna see what they doing, man.
This page gives you a seizure anyway. They don't want you to look at it.
Man, they want to hide it from you, man. Bro. They don't want you to know that this shenanigans afoot.
Let's see. Drake, Iceman, radio, airplay. Let's see what that does.
They're playing that shit on the radio for sure. That's going down.
Well, R. Drizzy, 2 weeks ago, they said they finally started to give the boy radio play. So here's from R. Drizzy. I mean, if you can't trust R. Drizzy, then
you know, I hate that, right?
What?
The boy. God, I hate it. Makes my skin crawl. And they actually call him that.
Yeah.
It was this. I forgot this girl that used to date him. She was at the studio and she was talking about him. The boy. Ah.
So
sorry.
Looks like we have the answer. So this was posted. I mean, the album's been out 3 weeks, right? So, yeah, he's definitely getting airplay.
Yeah, the songs we talked about.
Janice, Ran to Atlanta, Whisper My Name, Shebang, National, everything's getting airplay. So
he's bumping.
So I hope that answers your question, Mrs. Coco Nash, as to why Stat doesn't talk about it, because he's getting airplay.
Yeah, these companies rely on sponsorships. They rely on people to actually listen to the radio. So if he's the biggest artist, they're gonna play the song because they need people to listen to it. Like, that's just how it goes. Just like if Kendrick came out, they're gonna play his music because he's one of the bigger artists.
Right. Right. I know they call you the boy, but where's the man? Because I ain't seen them yet. Matter of fact, I ain't read them yet. Can I believe them? That's so good.
I don't like the boy. I don't like that.
When I see you stand by sexy red, I believe you see two bad bitches.
Hey yo, listen. It was this dude from Chicago that used to hang around the studio, right? Guess what his name was?
Yeah.
Guess what he called himself?
What?
Drizzy.
Drizzy?
Yes. He called himself that. He would introduce people as his name was Drizzy. Hey, dog, listen. Let me tell you something, Justin. Let me tell you something. I would clown this man relentlessly all day long because of that. I'm talking about relentless. And like nonstop though. Like in between we making songs is me clowning him. I'm like, dog, how'd you feel to have another man's ball sacks in your mouth?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, Drizzy.
Yeah.
That's like me telling you, you know what? My name is Dot. You know what I'm saying? No. Don't call me Stat no more. Call me Dot.
Right. That's crazy.
That nigga called himself Drizzy. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We got K-Way for real right here. It says, litmus test, what does Drake's song or album has ever pushed black culture or black people forward? The answer to this will define your values and character.
Well, you sound like, I'm gonna say this to you, K-Way. Listen. There's this trend going around the internet right now where they're taking pineapples and they're putting the Kool-Aid in there with extra sugar and they put it in the refrigerator and they drink it. That's a thing. Have you seen this?
I haven't seen it. No, it sounds amazing though.
But this is what I'm saying. It's really good. You should. It's in the refrigerator. It was in the refrigerator. I was telling you.
Oh, you got some there? Oh, okay. Yeah.
So what I'm saying to you is, this is a big trend right now, right? This is a whole thing, and they're talking about how this is terrible for diabetes, and the amount of sugar that's in it can literally push you to where you're going to the hospital. Going to Drake's album, thinking you're about to get something socially conscious, is equivalent to me going to get those pineapples and that sugary drink and saying that this is what I'm going to hang my health on today. You have to know where you're going to get what you need. I've never picked up a Drake album and looked for the things that you're talking about. So that's not what we go listen to him for. That's not what he do. I don't want him to do it because that's not what he do. Vince Staples, even with some of the content that he has made, and you listen to his raps, has always had things in there that made you think like, okay, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? So this album makes sense in his wheelhouse. If Drake came out with a dashiki on and a kufi talking about black power, we're gonna be like, yo, we're gonna destroy him because that's not what he do. So yeah, of course, when you say what has he done, nothing, because that's not what he do. You know what I'm saying? Just like that sugary drink ain't done nothing for the betterment of my health, but it does taste good. So Take Care does sound good, so I listen to it. Views sounds good. You know what I mean? Nothing was the same as a great sounding album. But am I at the protest when It's Gonna Be All Right goes off? Are we putting on The Real Her? Absolutely not. Yeah, that's the thing, K-Way.
Word up. Let's answer that. Let's see what we got here. Teresa says, using nigga as an insult in Family Matters was the whitest shit ever. But back to ASAP's thong, though. Back to ASAP's thong.
Hey, listen. I didn't want to cover it.
He was like, I'm gonna wear this thong, let my ass cheeks hang out so I can let people know how I'm killing these shows. So people can realize I'm smoking this tour right now. Dude
got kids, man. Do you know how powerful your parental skills got to be for your kid to still respect you walking around with your butt out on in front of 30,000 people.
Fortunately, he's got a lot of years before he has to worry about explaining stuff like that.
His wife though.
She's probably part of the plot.
You know what's crazy? I bet you Rihanna wear boxers, dog. Somebody got to wear them in the family.
Oh gosh.
He wear the thongs, she wear the boxers.
Will Thompson, big shout out to Will Thompson, man. I went MIA for a week. About to say, I felt like I haven't seen you in a while. I went MIA for a week on some classified activities, but I'm back and I was wondering, I was thinking of doing a series of freestyles to practice and find my voice before my album. Thoughts?
You should do that. Hey man, do what makes you happy. Do what you love. You know what I mean? Because that makes life worth living when you do what you love. Everybody in here do what you love. You know what I mean? When you do it, bring it up here, man. We'll check it out. You know what I mean? We're trying to actually set up a little platform to where people can submit music for a fee, of course, because you submitted it to us can help you make money. So we got Aaron working on that. So you guys can submit your music and me and DJ and Justin can like help critique it. And hopefully get you guys in a place where y'all can, start profiting off of it. So do your thing, Will. Appreciate the membership.
Sorry, I had to take that.
All good.
Dope. Next one here is from Miss Booked and Busy. I have 2 channels, my travelish and astrology-based content. Sister signs and red flags. Nude vid coming, astrology of hip-hop performance.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go.
That's what's up.
Let's go.
Congratulations.
Man, shout out to you.
I like astrology. I watch all those little astrology people on Instagram. My Instagram feed and my Twitter feed are so different. Like when I look at Twitter, all I'm seeing is like the world collapsing. And when I go to Instagram, it's like, oh, Leo, Jupiter's in your sign. Everything's about to be dope. I see September, you're going to have a more money, whatever it is. It's so funny.
So astrology is based off where the moon is in relation to Earth. Is that what it is?
It's based on where your sign. So everybody's astrological sign is a constellation in the sky. And it's based off of where your sign is in connection to planets and other astrological objects. If I'm correct. I'm not an expert, but that's how I read these things and that's how they connect to me.
And that's why this site that she's doing is going to be super important.
Yeah.
So that we can learn more. So make sure y'all check that out. We're going to check it out.
Right.
And do our thing.
We got Flow Focus says Pro Logic Strategies website, extra hype connection, YouTube growth, grown folk talking, PPN on Facebook. Tap in, don't sleep. So stop playing. Like, what up though?
Hey yo, so this is what I'm trying to tell you because I told y'all this before. If I'm on, let's say I'm going on Culture Unite or any of these places. This is a way for you guys to advertise y'all stuff. So shout out to you, man. This how you do it.
Yeah.
This is how you do it. Because if you say something witty, like how K-Way, these Miss Hummers, they say what they say, it makes you like, well, I'm gonna go check out what they gotta to do their thing. I think Shy Knows should have a platform. You know what I'm saying? I think Shy Knows definitely need a platform. So shout out to you. Yeah, we gonna check it out too, man. That's love. Shout out to you. Keep doing your thing.
Examinate. I love that spelling. Examinate. I love it. We need to get an examinate and exhibit collaboration. If you haven't heard Kenny Mason and Jid's Test Me, you should check out my reaction. Heat. Hey, man, that's on Kenny Mason's new project, right? I think that's on his new album.
Hey, Kenny Mason is dope too. He's one of the younger artists that are dope too. I don't even know him and Dion. What's that? Dante Hitchcock.
Yeah,
they're around the same generation. Dante is dope as well. It's some dope artists, man. They just didn't get that. They ain't really cracked through, but it's a lot of good rappers out here, man.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
Yeah.
Day WI4J says GNX and Iceman are pretty much performing the same at 4-week mark. 2 songs still in the top 10. Then some in the 20s, 40s, 70s, pretty good. Right.
Okay. Okay, that's dope. So it might be a watch. It might just be neck and neck. You know, it might end up that way.
Flow Focus says, "Stat, my music is a ProLogic Strategies, is at ProLogic Strategies Flow Focus."
I gotta check it out.
Just Gwen says, "We need T-shirts with Get Up Out of There." Yeah, I think so too. We could put that on the list for.
We got to do the button too. Get out of there. Get out of there, Justin.
Yeah, hey, Aaron, if you're listening, can you go to that episode and pull those audios and then add them to the back end of StreamYard so that they can appear on this little widgets thing that we have? That'd be amazing.
Yeah, it's the Drake. It's the Drake reaction. I think it was a reaction. I think that's what
it was the Iceman reaction.
Iceman reaction.
Word up. That's all super chats, man. You have anything else you want to?
Man, I want to thank everybody that showed up for us today. We appreciate you. Everybody that was in Coaching United last night. We love y'all. We appreciate y'all. I want to thank you, Justin, one of the hardest working men on YouTube, and across the media sphere. I want to thank DJ for even popping in. He's on a work trip. DJ is very busy. We all are busy in our own right, but shout out to him. Him being in a hotel live stream is probably not the ideal situation.
Right.
I'm sure he never would have thought that's something that he would be doing. Shout out to him though for hanging in there and letting y'all know that he's with us. Even when he's not here, he's still with us. He's our white brother from another mother. You know what I mean? Look, somebody just threw another super chat in there. Said, "Nope, you can't get it, Justin."
Slide in at the last minute. So we got
exactly.
K Way for real says, "Couples in the chat, I might spin a Quiet Storm set tonight. The Unite Her Tubes and leave it in that Unite Her Tubes and leave it in R&B. Check my post for the time."
So I'm gonna do this exclusive. I'm gonna say this exclusively on here for y'all because this is a good idea. With AI, right? Why don't people have AI? And I'm thinking about this because K-Way did this. He did one of his shows, and it was just AI music that he wrote and produced, that he actually wrote. But why don't artists have AI write the song and then sing, and then they re-sing it? I think I was telling you that, Justin.
AI write the song and then re-sing it? What do you mean?
And then so you basically have AI writers. You have AI write and produce a song for you, okay. But then you actually rap it. You actually rap the words under your voice.
Why doesn't everybody use AI as their ghostwriter?
Yeah, because you don't have to credit it.
I think more of that happens than we realize. Chief Baby Do It was up there talking about how he wrote songs on ChatGPT. He said it was
Is that not smart? Is that not smart? If you can't write or produce, have AI write and produce for you, then you sing it. If you can't rap, you have an AI write a rap for you, just re-say it.
Yeah, I think whether or not it's smart, isn't necessarily the question that people have. I think people understand that you can use AI to fill in the holes at best of where you lack. Right. I think it's the respect that comes around to it, and that's where.
But how would they know?
Right, but now it's an integrity conversation, right? So,
how will you know?
Right, and that's what I mean. Like, sure, I have no doubt people are doing this now.
Yeah.
I think it's legitimately happening now, but to promote it and champion it is where I think, I think people obviously understand that this is going down, but two, people don't have respect for that, I got the algorithm to do all the hard parts, and now I just sell it, It's another way to cheapen, water down the music industry and what's happening in the marketplace. Nah,
I feel you. But on another note, hey K-Way, y'all check out K-Way channel. I always wonder, does he get? That's why he can't get monetized, because he's playing other people's songs, huh? So then they don't monetize the channel. Because I was trying to do like super chat. So K-Way, I'm gonna give you an idea. You should put up like your Cash App, or like how we have here on Venmo. You should put that on your page. And Ms. Hummus, and anybody that's not monetized yet, you should put that up there. So when people are in the chat like myself, we can still support your channel, even though you're not monetized through YouTube or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because we want to show love how y'all show love to us too, sometimes. So that's a way to get around the monetization thing. Because K-Way play a lot of music that I'm sure they strike his page and don't let him monetize off of it. So he's literally just performing a service for us to vibe to, clean the house too. You know what I mean? That type of vibe. Shout out to UK Way.
Right. He's effective too. I want to thank you too, man. I want to thank. This is probably right around a year when we started working on this.
Yes.
Because we started working on it last June, and you know, every step along the way where we needed something to propel this production, this show, you were right there. You know what I mean? And you were working fast and efficient. And one of the most difficult things for anybody who's a creative in this space to find is people that are willing to be down for the long haul, who are willing to invest where investment is necessary in order to make things happen, and truthfully, who don't buckle under, you know, all the speed bumps that happen. You know, we went through 3 different people who were shooting. We went through a few different intern situations. We've changed the complete content strategy of this show. You know, we were producing a video every week, and that's changed, you know. And, you know, for me personally, you allow me to produce you, you know, and I appreciate that a lot. A lot of people go into these situations, and they have this idea of who they are and why it should just work wherever it is. And a lot of times people aren't necessarily willing to take feedback from other people, particularly their partners, you know. And so you allowed me to be like, okay, let's develop this show for a while. Let's see what happens. And I really appreciate that, because it's the easiest partnership I've had, period, just to work with anybody. I think we see the landscape very similarly. And the respect I have for you has always been, you know, just elite, top tier in general. Just knowing you as a person and stuff that you've accomplished. But that's only grown since we started working on this project, man. So I really, really want to thank you for that.
I just know when you listen to people that are smarter than you, you get farther in life. So I think in a lot of things that dealing with this space is a lot of stuff I don't know. And I think you allow me in places, in areas where I'm stronger, you know, you let me take the lead in there. In the areas where DJ is stronger, he takes the lead in that. And we all just play our roles here. And when it comes to the content, it's all Justin, man. Justin kind of leads the way with that. And how I conduct myself to where I won't be canceled, Justin has helped me with that. We filmed for 6 months to work on that. A lot of days editing everything I had to say. It was a bunch of things. It was a whole 40-minute rant on the Russell that you guys will never get to see. That so I offended everyone at one time.
It was a lot. It was definitely. You know, who knows? You know, we put up the website, the Patreon or something. Maybe we have these in the outtake section.
Oh God, no!
There's a lot of good ones.
A lot of bad.
There's a lot of good ones, but
it was very, 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 very bad. Very rough on the edges. But yeah, thank you all. We appreciate y'all. Until next time.
Big shout out to all the moderators, Lils, JG, I see you in here, Aaron in here. I'm not sure who else is a moderator, but you know, you guys are also a part of the show, also a part of the team, and we're very, very thankful for you guys. And thank you to everyone again who's been holding us down and rocking with us.
We'll see y'all Tuesday at 8 a.m. And remember, we drop content at 8 a.m. every day, so come check that out as well. And subscribe if you can.
Word up. Peace.
Whatever you wanna know, whoever you wanna see, the place you all need to be, the place you can't leave, the seed that plants seeds, the place you allowed to talk free. Whatever you wanna know, whoever you wanna see, the place you all need to be, the place you can't leave, the seed that plants seeds, the place you allowed to talk free.